Hello, hello, hello. I need a little bit of help from you in the chat. Can you hear me? Just before I start, because I'm the type of person to start when no one can hear me. Hi, everyone, and welcome, and thank you for all the birthday wishes. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. What? No, Mr. Sensible. Don't play me. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Is there anyone? Yeah, I can hear myself. So yes, thank you, Captain Welshie. I just wanted to thank everyone for the birthday wishes, for the support of the last videos. You guys are amazing. Thank you, Charlie Welsh. And just before I jump into getting the guests ready, I just wanted to remind you, I will remind you later on, that I will change my channel name tomorrow from Jessie102 in the numbers. I will just change it into the words because it's more catchier, it's more searchable. Just a quick reminder, that's gonna happen tomorrow. And now I would say I bring on some guests and we just talk and drink because that's what I'm really good at, you know. And welcome, Glover Mom, Captain Welshie, just call me Abby, Tomasz Badach, I still don't know how to pronounce your name, Georg Hannes, so many people here, Godless Gamer, Sarah, welcome, and thank you all so much. Thank you so much, Godless Gamer, for a £5 birthday drinks donation. Happy birthday, Jessie. Thank you so much. I am with beer for now, maybe something stronger later, who knows. So first I'd say I add the one who showed up last. And that's always you. Hello, Catz.
I was eating, sorry. Happy birthday, Jess.
I chose, thank you so much. So I chose the right one.
Oh, I've got my sound all messed up as well. I've got you coming out my TV and not the mic. I was not prepared. I was not ready. Oh, dear me. Sorry, Jess. Happy birthday. How are you doing?
I'm very good. I'm excited everyone is here because I, as always, didn't plan anything for this stream. I was just inviting people and said, yeah, we're going to do something. And I still have no idea what we're going to do. But I'm pretty sure it will be fine.
Definitely. We got beer. I got snack. Got the big hula hoops, not the little hula hoops. Got the massive king size hula hoops. So you can see them. So
that's
and beer. So
very appropriate. Awesome. So then we get the next one. Hello, Adam.
Hello. Happy birthday. Again.
Thank you so much. You can also just keep the birthday wishes for now. And when all of you are here on stream, you can sing for me happy birthday. Just an idea. Yeah, it's my birthday.
Technical.
Too bad.
Fine. Are we doing it in German? Because it's been like 25 years since I sang it in German. I honestly don't remember the words.
I remember the words, but I won't sing for myself, so you have to figure it out on your own.
I'll have to Google it. I think I can do Silent Night in Austrian still, if that helps.
Yeah, that's kind of German, so it's fine. So then I add the next one. Hello, Team Skeptic.
Hello. How's everybody doing?
Oh, we're pretty good. I don't know how about the chat.
Yeah.
Hello, chat.
Well, my good friend Catz have not talked to in a long time, actually, and I miss him very much this year, and that's amazing.
We all do.
I am, and I just want to show off my haircut for everybody in the chat who wasn't at my live stream last night. I shaved my head for cancer and for conspiracy cats.
You're looking.
So-
You're rocking it, mate. You're rocking it. You're rocking it. You're looking
It's
good.
that's a huge gesture.
This
I
is
have to say.
This is Catz inspired. For obviously our good friend OPT lawyer who is dealing with his own issues right now. But he's a good friend, and we, I was drunk and I was having a good time, and I was like, you know what? Fuck cancer, right? So let's shave our head for cancer. NA shaved his head too. He sent me a picture. So NA's out there. I don't know if he's listening in right now or not, but he shaved his head in solidarity as well. And Catz obviously did it for us as well.
We have a word for when you have an idea of doing something when you're drunk. In German, there's a word for it. It's called Schnapsidee.
It's called Wunder idea.
A Schnaps idea. So
that's Schnaps idea.
Yeah, it's a Schnaps idea because it's an idea you had when you were drunk, and sometimes, not in your case, it's not the best decisions, but that's a great one. So then just let me add the other two, and then we just keep rolling with the flow. And thank you so much, Colin. I appreciate all of you. I haven't had so many people on my birthday since ever, probably. So, hello, Mr. Sensible.
Hey, Jesse. Happy birthday. How's everyone? Hey, Catz.
Thank you so much.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad, thank you. I'm, as I told the others, I'm growing a ponytail for cancer.
You're doing it.
Where are you growing it
Stay
from?
on his head.
Central England.
But Mr. Sensible,
Yeah.
you know that we won't let this idea let go, and we will, if we have to, peer pressure you into buying a wig and wear it on a future stream.
Really? Maybe
I've
got one already.
I had the idea. It's my birthday. You can't say no.
Oh, right. Okay. It's like that, is it?
I don't make the rules, you know.
Sounds like you do.
No, that's totally not for my own gain. Not at all. I would never.
Yes. Jessica.
How dare you? On my own stream,
How
call
dare
me
you.
Jessica.
How very dare you?
I should have never told you why I don't like it when people call me Jessica.
I don't like people calling me Jessica. You know, it must be a thing.
Yeah, it's a difficult name.
It bothers me when people call me that.
I could see that.
I'm the black sheep here. I really enjoy it. I actually stop everything I'm doing at that moment, and I'm like, please call me Jessica again. Just it doesn't happen enough.
Yeah, but you wear a mankini, don't you?
Oh yeah, that's the only time that men call me Jessica.
You know, I can just mute everyone I don't like, but I won't.
The power's gone to her head.
Ah, okay,
Yeah,
Frank,
right.
I think you're there. Then I will add you to the stream, okay?
Here he comes.
Because he has no camera or... there he goes. Hello, Frank.
Hey,
Hello,
how's it?
there.
Oh my gosh, look at my lens. Hang on. Catz, how you doing, man? Limey,
How you doing, guys?
Mr. Sensible.
You're right.
Hello,
Hey.
Nice
hello.
to meet you finally. Team Skeptic, you as well, man. Big fan.
Thank you.
Don't make him too much compliments. He will...
Blow his
He
head
Get
off.
out of
can
here.
handle
I'm
them very
extremely
well.
humble. I'm very humble. The only person
The most humble person you have ever known.
Well, I had a piece of humble pie the other day when people reminded me of Conspiracy Cat's humbleness and humility. So I realize now that I am not the most humble person on the face of the planet. I'm the second most humble person on the face of the planet.
That's an
Only
achievement
to-
too.
Yeah, but Catz wouldn't be as humble as he was if it wasn't for my motivation. So I kind of still am the most humble. You know, I
Yeah.
don't like bragging
Definitely,
about it. I
Yeah,
don't like
yeah,
bragging
yeah.
about my talents.
Can I just?
But look at what I can do.
Can I just quickly point out how
Huh?
awesome Catz looks as the Hulk?
How you did that was incredible.
It just fits so well, doesn't it?
CGI.
I can't stop looking at it.
Oh
you
my
know?
God! Right now, I am having deja food, and it is tasting great. I am not kidding. I saw this picture already, and I saw the facial expressions that were made by some of the members here. I don't remember where I saw it, but it was great. It tasted great. Deja food.
Are you on LSD again, team?
Yes, I have DSL internet. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm also dyslexic. What was it? What was the question again?
What a boomer joke.
Oh, definitely.
I am
What is a
disappointed.
boomer?
What's the video, team?
Boomer are technically people that are born, I think, around the 60s, the baby boomer generation.
Right.
Oh, well,
We
I'm not
are,
a boomer.
I am a millennial, but we just call in meme culture everyone who makes jokes that you connect to. Oh, that's probably what an old person would say. That's just, oh, such a boomer.
You don't have to be that old to make a DSL reference. I
Yeah.
remember waiting,
No.
half an hour to get into a chat room.
Me too. But I was 4 at the time, so.
Oh dear.
I will discuss my disgust with your boomer jokes when I get back from drinking my prune juice. Give me one moment.
Okay,
Enjoy.
boomer.
Oh,
Yeah, Global Mom, right. Boomers are those born after World War II. To 1964, yes. That's the number I had in my brain. I only know that I'm a millennial.
We start talking about boomers, and Mr. Sensible's like, "Oh, I'll see you guys later. I'll be back when y'all get done talking about it."
But I have to say, Tim, you were the one, like the hello, fellow kids.
Hello, children. I'm here to read
I'm
your
gonna step
story
away
today.
for just a second.
No worries, Frank.
I've got to admit, team, when you did the videos, we just had the Father Skeptic character on screen, and you'd not sort of like done a face reveal because of the way you spoke and your voice. Like you make images of people in your mind, don't you? And I imagined you as looking a little bit like Michael J. Fox in Teen Wolf. That's how I imagined you looking.
Okay.
I don't know why. That's just.
It's kind of the look I
very
was going
specific.
for in life. But
And it's
no,
very
I
specific.
like that. I like that look. The varsity jacket, kind of like messy, but messy on purpose hair. Yeah, that's that's
pretty
my
cool.
image.
Messy hair.
That was the image I wish I had growing up. Thanks for bringing up my failures in life.
Oh dear.
I never achieved that look. For you Zoomers that didn't catch the boomer joke.
You achieved it in my mind.
I'm a millennial. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the golden generation, you know.
Don't know, what would I be then?
I think
You're with
Wasn't
me.
I was
We're set in the late
Generation-
70s, right?
I think
Or late
is it
70s.
Generation Y? No, that's. I think Colon sent me something.
I don't know what we're called.
Always.
I would say we're called, I think we're something around the Generation Humble. Okay, so probably Generation H.
Generation X is from 1965 to 80, and 81 to 96 are millennials. Then to 2012 is Gen Z, and the early 2010s is Generation Alpha, because they're the least alpha people.
a millennial then is 81 goes as far back as a millennial. I was almost a millennial.
Just missed it by about 15 years.
What year were you born, Catz?
79.
Oh, all right, year before me.
So
Generation
yeah. So
X.
Yeah, you almost. So we just missed it. Just missed it. Yeah.
So you're kind of the boomers of the millennials.
Oh, to be fair, I'm well happy I'm not a millennial. You know, most millennials I've met are pricks.
I think it's just in general
Present
people.
company excluded, of course.
Bunch of Karens and Jessicas, you know.
You never know.
With the occasional Kevin and probably Glenn Serio.
Well, I must have taught hundreds of millennials then early on in my career. Must have taught loads of them. And they were short. That's what I remember about millennials. They were short.
Yeah, short, stubby people.
Yeah, that's
you're
true.
About 6'9" though, aren't you, Catz? I mean, if I remember from the comics, you actually get taller the more angry you get as well.
Unlimited power. Yeah.
Knee pads were invented because of millennials, because they are short and stubby and would attack your lower half of your body. So they're there to protect you from millennial attacks.
No, it's just because we know where your weak points are.
I
We're just smarter than you.
I imagine Jessie is standing up right now and she's under the stairs, like the closet under the stairs. She's standing up full height and just doesn't even bang her head, you know. She has a child-sized playhouse inside of her real house.
I'm short queen.
That's really a Barbie doll house with like just a camera with a telescopic lens on it.
To be fair, I think most of us here have seen you in your Mankini team. You're probably the smallest one here, aren't you?
You know, when we have a saying in Germany, because when you're short, you have all the best properties. When you were, as a short person, you don't need to fill up the rest with so much shit, you know?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Sounds something like a short person would say.
Yeah, but
you get into cinemas cheap.
So that's the bit that you'd be missing, isn't it? You know?
Yeah. And you don't ever like talk about the benefits of eating at like children's all you can eat, you know, like $3.99. All you have to do is like just go and walk like regular height, walk underneath that little bar where everybody else sets their tray.
Yeah,
you get the child price. That's amazing.
That's way too accurate, because most of the
envious.
time when we are out eating, I only eat half of my plates, and all of my family makes the joke that for me a child portion would probably be enough. So
Happy Meal.
Yeah,
Happy Meal.
I eat.
I'm too depressed for Happy Meals.
When I eat.
I'm not allowed to. Hi.
That was a good entrance from the cat there, Jessie. Which one's that?
That's Cassiopeia.
Oh. Pretty cool.
She's very needy today.
How about that?
My baby. Ooh.
I like what Liam says out there. He says, "You're short-splaining now. Please quit being so oppressive."
I can oppress people as much as I want. My gender was oppressed the whole history, okay? Now it's
height is not a gender, okay? Height is not a gender.
But my gender was oppressed all of the time. Now I can choose who I want to oppress.
Team, you're being tallest now.
Yeah.
It's not really on.
Yes.
Global.
Cancel him. Cancel him. Call the drama channels. Cancel him.
Jeez.
Yeah, let Jessie speak. Let Jessie speak. She'll be finished shortly.
I'm good. I'm gonna change my gender bio on Twitter to 5'11". Okay.
Is that why you call Jessie 10'2"? Because you're 10'2". Is that where that come from?
I have no idea how much 10'2" is, because the rest of the world uses the metric system, and that's something that was invented by a drunken mathematics guy.
10'2".
Yeah, I don't get the whole obsession with 12. Like, we have 12 inches in a foot, but we only have 10 fingers to count the 12 inches. You know what I'm saying? Like, why did we need to make it 12 inches and not 10 inches? It could have been a foot still. Just make it 10 inches. Make it simple.
With the metric system is
because
you have
include freaks.
Yeah, and you can all just buy 100 or 1,000. That's all you need to know for the metric system. It's so easy. Why
it's not
use
that easy, because who was it that asked Oakley
Dividing
how to convert
convert
a
meters
meter
to
to a
kilometers.
kilometer or
Catz?
something?
Catz, wasn't it?
Wasn't it
No, it wasn't
he-
Catz. It wasn't you, Catz. It wasn't you. I can't
And-
remember who it
What's it
was, but it
called?
wasn't Catz.
And with
Yeah.
Thompson, it was with just calculating the line of sight and the height. And he said he can't do it because it's in kilometers and he's only familiar with miles because
I
the
thought
unit
that was
matters,
Riley, wasn't
apparently.
it? But they all make such terrible mistakes, don't they?
Oh, yeah. But
That's a
did you
classic
know
mistake.
that Riley does believe in gravity? He said it in a comment to me. He believes in gravity. He said, yes, we all know gravitational lensing, but that's all gravity does. It has nothing to do with keeping us on Earth, but gravitational lensing, that's a part he accepted now.
Yeah, but what you got to remember, Jesse, is
malignant narcissist.
what you got to remember, Jesse, is Anthony Riley is a total knob socket.
Yes.
When you take that into
that's the
account, it all makes
technical
sense.
term yeah. Mhm.
Just you would expect after years of evolution that the people would get smarter. How is it
Taller.
possible that billions and billions of years of the universe evolving and then evolution on Earth, there's life, and then there's humans that can make all of these measurements and predictions of our world, and then they're flat earthers? I'm sorry, if there was intelligent design, that's not it. So flat earthers technically prove that God hasn't to do anything with the creation, right?
At the same time, they
flat Earth
kind
is
of
debunked creation.
disproved Darwin's theory of evolution, didn't they? Because they should have been wiped out.
Yeah, but if there was an intelligent designer behind everything, he probably wouldn't put that much stupidity on Earth.
Maybe
You know?
God said he was intelligent, but really wasn't. Maybe he was the original Dunning-Kruger marker, and maybe the Fleurs do take after him. It's
So
arrogant.
he
He's
created
the dash in
flat earthers.
Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, he created flat earthers by his own image, and we are the ones evolving from them. We are the better versions.
Yeah.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
I think we have a theory that combines creation and evolution together.
I think I'd rather evolve from pond scum though than someone like Anthony Riley.
Oh,
Brilliant.
Love it.
we're born perfect in every way. We will remain perfect when humans' nose recedes into their foreheads.
Humans.
Hey, so I want to respond to the comment on the screen. Team Skeptic, the man who can ride his meal before eating it. You do that, don't you? Eat ostriches. I think I've had an ostrich burger one time. It wasn't memorable. But I think I had an ostrich burger at a place called the something root down here. It's a really good burger place. They have buffalo burgers that are absolutely amazing.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, I miss having burgers when I lived in the States. Buffalo and bison were phenomenal. Black bear was really nice as well.
I've never had a bear burger. Sounds good.
Can I just, because it reminded me, I try not to toot my own horn, but when someone's made a very important improvement on something scientific, I think they should, toot their own horn a bit. So this was my improvement on Dunning-Kruger, which, as you can see, I've raised up another level from the peak of Mount Stupid to the pinnacle of for Flurf's sake point, and then way at the top, we're not sure exactly how high, you have Sleeping Summit. So I love that. I'm terribly proud.
That's great.
Of that. Yeah, I'm terribly proud of that.
That's really cool.
Awesome. In the blue area, but Anthony Riley is way up somewhere in the red.
Oh, that's great. And it's absolutely true. You know,
Actually, I
Mr.
think-
Sensible, you were talking on your live stream about a particle that humanity is searching for.
Yeah.
Right?
I've forgotten whose it was though. Was it a particle of Oakley's brain? I can't remember now.
It was sleepy.
Oaklinium? It was sleepy, was it? You'll have to remind me because I was going to say
both in the same place.
Well, I was going to say, pal, you need to your little graph there. You need to draw just a single point separate from everything else, which would be Oakley, because no one else wants anything to do with him.
Just put him way off.
Yeah.
Like a couple of screens over as part of.
That's right. He's just as or nearly as high as Sleeping Summit, but he's off there by himself.
He's off in space.
Shouting.
We will call it Oakley's orifice, the black hole of stupid.
That's gross. Oh, I remembered. It's Twisted Root. I just now remembered. It's Twisted Root. That's the name of the. Sorry, I do that with my head sometimes. I can't stop thinking about something until I get it.
Do they have Red Robin where you are, team?
I don't know.
I don't know. That was probably my.
I don't eat many game birds. I don't eat much game bird, so I don't know if a robin would be.
Red Robin's the name of a burger restaurant.
Oh yeah. I think they may have an actual. I know what Red Robin is now. I thought you were actually asking if they serve Red Robin hamburgers, and I was like,
those cute little things. They got barely.
Yeah, we have those here in Ohio.
I'm gonna tell you something like this. If it tastes good, I'll
Thank you so
eat.
much.
If it tastes good and it's legal, I'll eat it. So, yeah.
That could be taken.
Well, there's some things that, yeah, there's some things that are illegal. Some animals are illegal to eat in America. So, like you could not eat a like the American eagle, like a bald eagle.
Yeah.
Even I don't think you're allowed to even be in possession of a dead one if it dies.
No.
I don't know if you can own a there may be grandfather clauses involved. I'm not sure the exact rules, but there's some really weird rules about the bald eagle.
But you Americans, you have for us Europeans a weird connection to your country, a weird position, how you are a patriot in America. There's nothing similar to Europe. For example, you have to take how is it called, the pledge every day in school.
Well, yeah, they don't.
What the hell?
They don't really do that
That's
anymore.
brainwashing. You know where they're doing this? In North Korea.
Yeah,
no one else does this.
So the weird thing about America,
imagine we Germans would start doing this. Oh, they would call immediately.
They used to, didn't they?
Yeah. That's what I meant. Just imagine the same thing America does, celebrate their country and all of it. Just imagine doing this with the German flag as Germans. That would be quite dangerous.
I never knew how weird you Europeans, I don't mean it to sound like that, but you Europeans see us as that way, as it being weird to be a patriot. I never knew that until I joined this community. And
the extent is what it's weird for us Europeans. You can be a patriot, of course, but the extent that is just the social norm in America would be way off here.
But then in Sweden, loads of people have flagpoles with the Swedish flag
you, Roy.
in their gardens.
I would like to say that Frank's right though. You know, this is a really weird time in America, because if you're American, like if you're pro-America, people will immediately begin to label you and try to, like, politically, you know, like you're automatically like the bad guy for having a sense of self-pride in America. And I fucking can't stand it. You know,
I hope you know that's not what I wanted to say with it. It's just different cultures, because I think it's fascinating because to a certain extent our cultures are pretty similar. Like, we are part of the Western world, but in so many things, it's so different when I get, I don't know, in TikTok, always just Americans that did move to Germany that are just like, oh my God, did you guys know what these Germans do? And they're so excited about things that are so normal here. For example, we don't have sick leave in Germany. You just, when you're sick, you go to your doctor and he will look at you and say, okay, do you think you need 1 week off, 2 weeks off? And you can do that whenever you want. Your doctor will give you the time off because you're sick. And it's paid for 6 weeks. You will get the same amount of your loan. And after that, you get, I think, 70% from the health insurance. And this insurance is for everyone. In Germany, it's almost illegal to not have health insurance. It's all covered. And I've been sick for 3 years now, and I still get money.
I had COVID about a month ago.
I'm sorry.
Myself, my wife, and my son all had COVID about a month ago, and I missed 2 weeks of work. I did not get a paycheck. I haven't gotten a paycheck in over a month. It's
Damn.
It's insane.
Not being
over
funny,
here. If
Frank,
you don't
but
work,
can
you don't get paid, and there is no.
You put a mask on. You know, just
Well, I did it, and I did. And I'm vaccinated and
now.
all that.
Can you put one on now?
It's not fun. Not fun.
Just a quick
I just
break.
got home from work. I have it here. Here we go.
Earth is live for $5.
5G chip that's been put in from 5.
Hey, Adam, shut up.
Sorry.
From Earth is live for $5. Congratulations on making one more orbit around the sun. Thank you so much. And we have a guest, a very special one. Hello, Gary.
Gary.
Oh man, that's so nice of you, supporting me on my birthday.
Jesse, could you change the order of these images? I don't like being so close to Frank there with his disease.
You can put me next to Frank. I'm wearing a condom right now. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm all clear and I'm all good now, Mr. S. Everything's good.
You better be. That's all I can say.
You hear about these computer viruses, though, don't you? Like, I don't know what I'm catching now. It's
yeah.
I'm kidding. No, I'm glad you're better.
Thank you.
Did it knock you sick? Like how we? Because everyone reacts different, don't they? Everybody reacts differently to it. Like how were you? Did you all react differently?
The first 2 days was really bad. I had a fever of about 102, body aches, and then after that, I had to take the 14 days out of work, so it was just lethargic, really, honestly, just lazy. Didn't want to do anything. My wife and I had to stay separated for those 2 weeks. I was on the couch. She was in the bedroom. My son.
So there is an upside then. I might catch that.
I guess from a certain point of view.
Yeah.
Have to appreciate the situation.
It was more or less just like a bad flu, honestly.
Okay.
It wasn't that bad.
So you didn't have any damage from COVID itself?
No,
okay,
I don't have any issues carrying on now. I had the cough for the I don't know, maybe a week, and that was about it.
That's great. Go on, Catz.
Oh, sorry. So when we got it here, I had the cough and everything, but I'm asthmatic, and it really played my ass. It just kicked the shit out of me. It was horrendous for me because of my asthma. It put me in bed for a few days. But the wife and kids got it at the same time, and they like you. They just said, "Oh, a bit lethargic, a bit tired, they had a cough." But fast forward a few weeks later, I was perfectly fine, back to normal, and they lost their sense of smell completely. It took October. We got it last December. I think my wife maybe had a sense of smell back for about 6 weeks.
I did lose my taste and smell, but I got it back almost.
That's good.
Almost 15 or 16 days after I tested positive initially, so it came back relatively quick.
That's great. My little sister had COVID in March of 2020, and she has her asthma from her childhood was gone for probably, I don't know, 10 years. And since she got COVID, she has asthma again. And my mom just a few minutes ago texted us that she was at a lung specialist and she has now asthma too because of when she got COVID. And she had just, like she always described it, as a dry cough. And it didn't go away. She was infected, I think, in November last year. And today she got diagnosed with asthma because her lung tissue apparently got pretty damaged. So it can take many turns here. Charlie Welsh said the tinnitus COVID gave me is way worse than anything else from it.
Yeah, so I want to speak on that. That's something that I'm dealing with now that is at times unbearable. Like, I will be sitting here at the computer and in my head all I'm hearing is like and it never had this problem until I got sick. And
I'll
then
tell you
after I
what.
got sick, it's been non-stop.
I'll tell you what, though, team, I've had tinnitus all my life. Every single day of my life, I have that high-pitched whine. And then, of course, I'm married now, so I've got another one. But I've always had tinnitus. It's something that you do.
That is such a boomer humor. That is such a boomer
I thought it
joke.
was funny.
Thank you,
Yes,
team.
because you're a boomer.
These youngsters
Calm
just
down,
don't
Karen,
understand
calm
comic
down.
humor.
Hey, be nice. The Michaela you can see here is my mom. Say hi to Mama Tentu.
Hi, Mom.
Hey, Mama
Hello.
Tintu.
Hey, Mama, how are you?
Mutti.
But yeah, well, now I don't want to talk about what I was going to say because
No.
Mom's here.
No. You
Why?
Better put your,
Okay.
You better put your mankini back on as well.
If for
Mom,
the men
get
out
ready.
there, for the men out there, and for anybody who is experiencing loss of smell. So I was reading a study that was done on COVID and like the ED, erectile dysfunction. Someone shared so when I first got sick in last year, someone had shared this with me and was like, you need to look into this. And I looked into it, and it turned out that it was people. When you lose your sense of smell, smell is like what one of the things that drives your sexual desire. You know, like to get you hyped up.
Oh,
Yeah.
mhm.
So if you lose your sense of smell, it can lead to erectile dysfunction, with there absolutely being nothing wrong with you down below. So I learned that if you take zinc actually helps with your scent or your ability to smell. It just has it just naturally helps with your ability to smell. So taking zinc does in fact help with people who are suffering from ED due to COVID, due to loss of smell from COVID. So there's not a lot of people that know this. Men out there, if you got sick, you're struggling in the bed, you're not alone. Catz is there with you, okay?
And women out
That's
there,
why they're struggling if I'm there.
Yeah, that's right.
and team, there are women almost struggling as much as the men when their partner has it. So that information is technically for everyone, because
I didn't know that it went for women too.
yeah, because women can have fun with their husbands when
I just spit on it.
I'd also like to point out that for any women that are struggling,
Mom, just
that
go away,
I have
please.
Oh,
perfectly
oh,
fine
I'm
with
sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry. I
How
forgot
much
Mom's
is
in the
there?
chat.
No,
I will stop.
no worries. My mom has the same sense of humor. She
Oh,
sent
shit.
me and my big sister a few years ago a meme where you can see a mom hugging her sister, and there was in very bold capital letters. And when I always think about the time when I almost swallowed you.
That's really, really good.
And she attached the message, "Hey, sweetie, how are you going?" "Not good, Mom."
Yeah.
You're
But
a-
she,
I learned a new
Your
dad
mom's
joke
awesome.
yesterday. You guys want to
No,
hear
me
it?
don't ask.
yeah,
No,
go on,
no,
Frank.
of course not. Come on now. But no, that's
Where does
true.
light go when
That's
it
a
gets
great
in
sense of
trouble?
humor. I'm sorry. What's
Oh, I want to guess this. Where does light go when it gets in trouble? I want to have a guess.
Then
That
guess.
didn't mean everyone had to be quiet. I was trying to think. I don't know how I'm going to say that.
That's how this works. Hey, I want to guess, and then it's silence.
Prism.
I don't know, Frank. Go on. I'll not ruin it.
Prism.
Prison. Love it. Oh, love it.
Not bad, right?
I'm going to use that.
It's a
I
light
like it.
sentence.
The light sentence.
Oh, dear.
Oh man, that's awesome.
Thank you, Zaldam.
Did I tell you my joke that I created the other day? Knock, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Who's that?
No. I mean,
CDs.
What?
No, CDs.
CD who?
CDs who?
Who?
CDs missing frames. Please hide them. They prove curvature of the Earth. That was my joke to Flatzoid, and I thought that was great. Sorry. I don't know.
I swear, I thought you were going to go, CD's nuts.
No, I'm
I thought that's
on
exactly where that was going as well.
on Thursdays.
To all the Germans in the chat, do we in Germany have those knock knock jokes? Because I wasn't familiar with these kinds of jokes.
I think the proper question to ask is, in Germany, do you even have a sense of humor?
Sense of humor.
Yes, we have. Thank you.
I'm having a
Yeah,
hard
we've gotta
time
have a sense of
believing
You know
humor.
how Germans call people from England or Great Britain? We call them Inselaffen, the island monkeys.
And that's a joke, is it?
No, that's
that
how
humor?
people refer to
I'm
English
horrified.
people sometimes. My
As
dad always
island
was like, "Oh,
monkeys?
the island monkeys." Yeah, I don't know why, but
Limey's
Ouch.
face
we
was
we
great.
also have
I'm
these
sure
stories.
if you tried, you could think of something better than that, though. You know.
It
No,
sounds
I like it.
very
So I'm calling
poetic in
Catz
German.
and fight and everybody else from
Stephen
England.
Ellie for $5. Can someone please point out that condoms are now vaccines under the new definition? Thank you for pointing it out. Also, Mr. Sensible, would you maybe show off your German skills to Catz?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
as
yeah.
you know, Catz is learning German. And
Oh,
You're learning German
since
too,
you are
Catz?
pretty good.
Thank you. Yeah.
I am
Catz,
too.
Catz, if you go to Germany, use this line and you'll pick up any woman you like, okay?
Go on.
Entschuldigen Sie bitte, wie komme ich am besten zum Bahnhof? Thank you.
That's
Such
You
a
have to
nice.
contain
it
yourself
was
there,
so
Jesse.
it was
Jesse,
so
don't forget-
touching.
Jesse, don't forget you got a boyfriend.
Translation,
Yeah,
please.
I know. I have to
Yeah.
control
Restrain
myself.
yourself.
It was
Yeah.
so touching. Oh my
Thank
god.
you.
It's Shakespearean-like, isn't it? It's Shakespearean.
Yeah.
I would like to. I would like to attempt to translate. Did it mean tonight?
No.
I will wash my head with bleach.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tonight we, as in you and Catz, you're like affectionately staring into his eyes, and you're like,
you can talk. You got less hair than the rest of us, team.
no, you are rocking the alopecia look really close. You're getting close. A few more lashes fall out, and you're going to be full blown alopecia.
By the way, team, that live stream last night was epic, man. That was awesome.
Did you have fun last night, Frank? I
I
had a
did,
good
man.
time, man. I love my
I
live
did.
streams.
It
I
was
always
great.
have a great time.
You're the only reason that I'm allowed to have drinks on a Wednesday night. So
Oh, and that's going away.
yeah, I
Oh,
know.
shit.
Yeah.
Because
Thank
it's
you
going
so
to
much,
Saturday
Nimrod.
though. It's going to
Thank
Saturday.
you.
So we can so Catz can stop saying that he's not available to drink.
You know what?
But team, if
Sorry, go on.
I just wanted to say, when you want to join our German learning group team,
Yeah,
I do.
you
I do.
learned a bit of the
we
other thing, no?
once a week we meet online, drink beer, and speak German.
I want to
So-
know. I need to know how to yell at my girlfriend.
Cool.
I think
I can show you
would
that.
actually be a lot of fun.
Not yell
Like,
mean obscenities to her or anything. Y'all are crazy. I'm trying to yell nice things at her. She needs to hear
Why
it
would
out
you?
loud.
Why would you yell it?
Because
You're
if-
so
when you yell
beautiful!
things, yeah, exactly. That's how you do it in America. That's how you pick chicks up in America. You just find the one that looks like she's the hardest of hearing, and you walk up to her and you go, "You are beautiful." It works
Around here
every
in
time.
Columbus, they just
Every
go,
time.
"Yo, baby."
Well, I've found Team's list of phrases that he wants to learn to
Thank
say in
you.
German. What was that? Where's my food? Iron my shirt. I don't think it's going to work, Team.
Yeah.
It's not going to work.
Extra ham on my sandwich. I need that one too.
I heard that for many people that move to Germany from English-speaking countries, they really struggle learning German because everyone just talks in English to them.
Well,
I heard
would say
that
that in
that's an
German-
actual problem.
In Germany,
I
people are
spent-
learning to speak properly then.
No one can speak properly.
No.
Why do you think I
They're
do my
talking
channel in English? Because German sucks.
Yeah, but so from the little that I've done learning German, it's very close to Spanish, so it's easy for me to pick up.
I don't know. Mom,
You
is
speak
he right?
Spanish?
I speak a decent amount of Spanish. I understand Spanish
really?
better than I speak it. Yes, because I have family from Argentina, so they don't speak English, and they come up and visit all the
Wow.
time. Still to this day, they come up and visit all the time. So we have to have basic communication with them when they're in town, because we're hosting
Was
them. So we
eine
take them everywhere.
Überraschung. I am very surprised, mate. I had no idea you were so talented linguistically.
Gracias,
does
amigo.
help when
Gracias.
you've got family and friends, though, doesn't it? Because I have a lot of
See?
family and friends in America, and so I had to learn to speak American or English, as
Yeah.
we call it over
Yeah.
here.
That's why I
Ah.
agreed to coming to the German learning group, because Catz invited me and said, "Hey, how about bad German and beer?" And I said, "I'm Swabian. That's my whole culture. Bad German and beer."
Yeah. So like I wanted to watch like German children shows, because children shows are all like for toddlers, not
Catz is
like
doing this
young,
too.
but toddlers. Really, you're doing that,
Mhm.
Catz? That's how you're doing
Peppa
it?
Pig, mate. Peppa Pig in German. I'm now at the level where I can understand Peppa Pig in German. And you know what? Something about watching it in a different language makes it less shit. It makes it quite enjoyable. So yeah,
Yeah.
Peppa Pig in German.
Yeah, it becomes interesting, doesn't it? That's a really good idea, though, and then like sort of work your way up.
Yeah.
I'm not
to
quite
But,
SpongeBob
eventually
SquarePants,
the
but
director's
You have
cut
to-
of Dances with Wolves or something.
Well,
Mm.
okay, so the easiest way to learn anything is through repetition, right? I mean, once you do it enough times, you start to do it subconsciously, basically. And that's what you want to do with language. Is you want to learn subconscious. You want to be able to understand and repeat back subconsciously as though it's part of your thought, even though you still might be thinking in English. When someone speaks to you, it comes in German, and you immediately
Music.
process it.
Music is the easiest way. I know,
ch-
team, you don't listen to music. That's why
I
I still
would.
think you are an alien or something. But through music is the easiest way. That's how I learned English. I listened to Linkin Park back then, and I printed out the lyrics. I used dictionary and translated the whole thing by myself. And then every time I was in the shower or cleaning my room and I would sing along, I basically trained vocabulary and pronunciation and grammar. Through music is very easy, because when you know the words, kind of when you sing along with the lyrics and you translate them by yourself, then you know what they are singing about. And every time you hear it and you sing along, you basically learn this language.
I
Makes
can
a
think
lot
of
of
a
sense.
problem with that though, Jesse. You're not going to get very far with "We All Live in a Yellow Submarine."
Yeah.
When that's the only song you know, maybe, but
I want to say just now,
people
Jesse.
from the modern days have internet. with
Jesse,
access to-
I want to let you know something. Just now, you kind of like built yourself up a bit. You know, you were really bragging on yourself super hard there. That level
Yeah,
of
because I'm very good.
certification. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, you're approaching Catz and my level of humility at this point. So good job. I was really trying to congratulate you and say, getting close to joining mine and Catz, the Humble Club. We meet up once a week in a very private and exclusive club, online club. That makes us humble.
I have seen a comment and I cannot stop thinking about it. How dare you, Timo? How dare you say that we Swabians are not better than you Badenzo? How dare you? But thank you for the $5 though. Just for the people who are not from Baden-Württemberg, basically, the region I live in is called Baden-Württemberg, and it consists of 2 very old
houses.
No, it's there were probably it was like 2 different countries hundreds of years back, and there's just a little bit of that war from back then that we still practice today, and they say we Swabians suck and we say they suck.
Have you always lived in Slice of Battenberg?
Yeah.
Nice.
I can speak German, but I'm fluent in Rammstein.
Point, team, you could start.
Oh, hello, Arnold.
Rammstein.
I could do what now?
Oh, it's the cat.
I think he's going to take the star power.
The cat. This is Arnold, Slayer of Flirt. I'll have you know.
I don't know about Arnold, but I do know I like fluffy little kittens.
Good man.
Mr. Sensible, I was with Cassiopeia on a train a few weeks back, and someone came up to me and said, could you please take this animal off of the table?
What?
Animal, not even this cat.
Cat. Yeah.
It was a weird person.
Told him where to go.
No, it was one from the train people, so I had to be, oh yeah, okay, sorry.
No, it's not Schrodinger's cat, Stephen Alley. It's mine.
Jesse, you were... Go ahead,
Frank. Go
well,
ahead.
she was speaking on music a second ago, and I actually, I doubt, well, I'm not gonna say doubt because I don't want to be that general. But if there are any country music fans out there in the chat or on the panel, I have a friend right now who is currently working on a Nashville contract. Look him up. His name is Joshua Vargo. Give him some love, and yeah, that's all. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Of course.
Yeah, my wife got me heavily into country, and it's now my favorite type of music. I love it.
Limey, I'll send you a couple links to
what's
videos
wrong
on
with you?
YouTube.
Hey,
Howdy, partner.
First CD
we don't
I
talk
got
like
was,
that in
was
Texas.
Zach Brown Band.
Limey, I heard you like both kinds of music, country and western.
Well,
yeah.
I like all kinds of music.
No,
there's a difference between country and western music, though.
Says the one that doesn't listen to music. What do you know?
Yeah.
But no, there is. There's a difference between country. Like western music's like down, 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 down. You know what I'm saying? Like that old western style music. Country music is a style of blues that is.
Can you give us an example, please?
Oh yeah.
I need an example. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. I've got, or was it on?
No, just like you did.
In low places, where
okay, someone please use that.
And the beer taste is so good to me. That's not how the song goes, but whatever.
Terrible.
Can someone please take this and make a remix out of it? Thank you so
y'all want to hear something I'm really trying to do? I am trying to learn my favorite opera music. I want to learn it. It's in Italian. Nessun dorma.
Oh, nice.
I'm not.
Why are you laughing, Mr.
Yeah, fucking.
You're so
done with this guy. Unsubbed. No.
I was actually hoping that Jesse and I could work for next year's birthday performing Phantom of the Opera, because I need a female singer to do it with. And preferably a male.
I told you. I can sing in 3 ways at one time: loud, wrong, and with so much excitement.
That'll
That's the
do.
best I can do.
That'll
I
do.
can't sing at all, but I
Not at all.
just I love the song Nessun Dorma. It
Yeah.
emotionally grips me every time I hear it.
But Tim, you said
And-
you're learning it, yeah?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, well, I think we need a baseline. This is a science experiment. So give us a baseline that we can clip and record and keep for posterity.
No.
And then in 6 months' time, you sing it again, and we'll see the improvement.
Oh,
Good
Yeah.
idea.
that. Hold on.
Science, dudes.
Good idea.
It's got like a lot of like vibrato in it as well, isn't it? Like a lot of voice
Yes.
control.
No, it is. I don't intend on being I don't intend on doing it well, but you're absolutely right, Mr. Sensible, and I'm not scared to make a fool of myself. So I would absolutely stand up right now and do my best impression of, or my best attempt at
Go on then.
singing that song.
Go on.
Now I'm going to do it over Pavarotti because not
Open
because
the recording program.
listen, I'm doing it over Pavarotti so that way I have a guide to follow, but I will attempt to do it all my own and from as much memory as I can. Okay, because
Cool.
I almost have the lyrics memory. I have no problem making an ass out of myself. Y'all know this.
No,
I'll
we
even
know
get
that.
on camera for this just because it's Jesse's birthday.
If
And
you've got a problem making an ass out of yourself, you shouldn't be a YouTuber, really, isn't it? Like you
Oh,
gotta
yeah,
leave
no, yeah.
shame at the door.
Everyone, get
Okay.
your lighters.
jeez,
Oh,
am I
God.
really about to do this? Let me.
I
I'm
will.
looking up. Okay, hold on. Let me turn off my noise
Yeah, it doesn't quite
canceller.
work with my
Let's get in the
screen.
emotional mindset, please, everyone.
Hit
I'm getting
record,
slightly
everyone.
aroused. waiting
Hit
for this
record.
team.
Y'all are getting me nervous now. Calm down. Okay,
Okay.
let me. Hold on. I've got to.
Bye, Mama. I'm sorry, Mama.
I'm
said
about to
good
sing
night.
her. I'm about to sing to her,
Mom, wait a second.
and she's not even gonna. She's not even gonna hang out for the singing.
Probably.
Okay. Hold on.
I'll
I've just
send
got
it
to get
to her.
everything. I've got to get everything set up so you guys hear it. All right. So. Oh my God, this is going to be really hard. I've not done this in front of anybody yet.
Oh man, I haven't got my black tie on.
Oh,
Damn.
so we
Hold
are your
on.
first.
You're the first
Oh,
people to
Team
hear
is a
this.
virgin.
Okay, there it is. Routing. Okay. I'm going to start to play the music and tell me when you can hear it so I know that you can hear
Okay.
Should we ask him if it was good for him too when he's finished?
it. Okay. Tell me, can you hear that? Yes or no?
No.
No,
Yeah.
almost.
That's it? Okay. That's it? Y'all can hear, yeah?
Just
Okay.
that, yeah, yeah.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me pause it right there. Because he hadn't started singing yet. No, Pavarotti, calm down. No, Pavarotti, stop. He was about to go.
He's such a wanker. That
Nessun Dorma. Let's see. I'm about to do it for you guys. All right. Let me stand up so I can get the breath of fresh air. Let me get my camera back on. It's Jesse's birthday.
Everyone is witnessing history here.
Yeah.
Do not
Everyone will
laugh.
remember where they were on this day.
Do not laugh. I am not a singer, and I am not like I just want to do this. The song
you.
means something to me, so
Yep.
I really want to learn it because the song means something to me. So, all right, 1 second. Let me stand up.
Excited.
Oh, I like this.
Let me get the music going. All right. Do not laugh in the chat. Well, laugh. I don't give a fuck. You can laugh if you want. Got to get a proper.
No, we're not laughing.
Nobody laugh. No, don't do that.
No. I don't.
It's
care.
like when you start making YouTube videos, your first videos probably won't be the best, but everyone has to start somewhere. It's about the progress you make
All right.
after
Here we
a
go.
certain time. So go for it.
Oh shit! I just paused it. Nessun dorma, nessun dorma. Tu pure, o principessa, nella tua fredda stanza, quale le stelle tremano d'amore e di speranza. Ma il mio destro è scisso in me, il nome mio nessun saprà, no, no, sulla tua bocca le dirò quando la luce splenderà. Ed il mio bacio ce lo era. Fuck up. Se ti fa mia. Ti frema e muore, muore di legua notte tra molte stelle, tra molte alte stelle, all'alba vincerò, vincerò.
Well done.
That was beautiful.
Very impressive.
Living
mate.
on
Very
baby.
impressive.
Oh, Adam.
Uncle!
It's been a while since I've been this moist, team.
I don't give a fuck how fucking bad I am. I love the shit, guys.
Hey,
that
hey,
song gets
team.
me emotional, man.
Team,
Yeah.
Oh, it's a great one. It really is.
you got Adam moist.
No,
That
is
shit
true,
gets me
there's
fucking
only a
mixed.
few songs that, like, every time you hear them, you get like goosebumps, and that's one of them. You know,
Team,
like every
in all
time.
seriousness, have
would
you ever heard the
never
song
try.
Core and Grate?
I probably have, but I don't know a lot of them by name. You know, like, I
That-
know that one by
That's
name.
like the only Italian song that I know. It was on The Sopranos. Yeah, I know that's kind of
Team, it was a
Deep
very interesting interpretation. That's I think I would say.
I
Jackalope
gotta work
said
on
it.
it, but hey, it was my first attempt, right?
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for
this.
10 out of 10
no,
for trying.
that for yes, trying 10 out of 10. I can improve. I know I can. I need to understand, or I need to better remember the Italian better. You know, like I have the words imprinted on my brain, and I just read from what I remember. You know, I don't want it to be that. Eventually, I want it to just be from memory, as if I was just saying it. You know,
Start it off just speaking it. Don't even care about singing. Like, until you get the words in, just speak it, and then after that, work on your harmonies, because that's some difficult.
Oh, yeah.
difficult notes to
Opera is
hit on that.
the most difficult thing you can sing, probably. And
I-
Jackalope said for $5, just like any virgin's first time, that was terrible. Love you, Team Skeptic. Happy birthday, Jesse Tattoo. And Scott the Summer said, brings back memories of the 1990 World Cup.
Bad memories.
But okay,
Bad
I have to
memories.
I
give you
enjoyed
credit,
doing it
team.
though.
That's the most important thing. I wouldn't have had the courage to do that. So good on you here. And when you are excited about it and want to learn about it, that's great. Most of the singers we know today didn't start as good singers. Did you hear of the recording from Ed Sheeran, one of his first songs when he was 13? That was horrible. It was so horrible. Not every singer has to be born with perfect pitch.
I think,
It's just
team,
work.
you need to go on Nathan Oakley's Flat Earth debate. You could be our secret weapon.
I'll just sing opera to him. I'll do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that'll hurt him bad.
Okay, so
Because he
can I
doesn't
try?
appreciate the finer things in life, of course.
No,
Okay,
he will be hearing angels during the performance. So
can I? Okay, I want to try to speak the words to you guys. Okay, and you tell me. And like for those of you out there who do speak Italian, forgive my non-Italian speaking ass for trying to speak your language so badly.
you need
okay?
to roll the
advance.
R. You need to do.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
going to need
and
an R for
it's
that.
also-
You're going to need an R for that, team.
Yeah, the
Nathan
other one
told
that
me.
gets me is Sciolleria. SCIO is pronounced SCH. So it goes like this, these are the lyrics. Nessun dorma, tu pure o principessa, nella tua fredda
Principessa.
principessa, yeah, tu pure, you're right. Tu pure o principessa, nella tua fredda stanza, guardi le stelle che tremano de amore e di speranza, ma il mio mistero è chiuso in me, il nome mio nessun saprà. No, sulla tua bocca lo dirò quando la luce splenderà. Ed il mio bacio sciolera, il silenzio che ti fa mia. Il nome, and then that's when the chorus comes in, and they say, I think, il nome suo nessun saprà, e noi dovrem ahim morir, de legua o notte, tramontate stelle. Shut up, tramontate
No,
stelle.
no.
Alla
Team, I wasn't
albaba,
laughing about this.
Vincero. That's the last one. Okay.
Well,
Stephen Ellie
assuming
said for $2, new shirt. Talk to the tone dead with Team's pick.
And after hearing you say that, team, as long as I've got the right clip and the sound works,
I will be better.
Same
the next
brother.
time we do this, we'll do it next year for your birthday.
Yeah.
I'll sing it
Do
to
you
you
know
again.
what it all translates as in English, team?
Yeah.
Google
Yeah.
Translate doesn't
No,
say
no.
anything that
It-
is comparable.
It says,
Just
No
'cause
one-
I'm wondering, and
like,
you know,
no one will sleep. No one will sleep. Even you, my princess, in your cold room, watching the stars that tremble with love and with hope. But my secret is hidden within me, and no one shall know my name, I believe he says. And then it goes, no. On your mouth, I will
What?
say it when the
Oh.
light shines.
That
And
could
my-
have gone another direction, right?
And
team, you
My
have
kiss
my
will-
total respect, pal.
dissolves the silence that makes you mine. At dawn, I will win. I will win. I will win.
Thank you so much,
Tim.
Dean Johnson, for
That takes it to a whole new
$10.
level.
Oh, happy birthday to our new Flurf Buster. Thank you so much.
But I can't
Go on.
sing. Like I can't sing at all. Like I don't even attempt. I don't even act like I can sing. I just like to sing. And I wanted to learn this opera. It's my favorite
That's
one.
something that unites all of us.
You,
Like
team,
anything.
I've got it. You need to team up and do a duet with Multi Tom Tom. That would be special.
Oh, I would pay money to see that. Not much, but I would pay some.
Oh
Well,
dear.
I don't know. Maybe someone will donate another super chat, and then we can talk about that. That's what I'm going to pay for.
Yeah, can
it's
someone in the chat go and shout Multi Tom Tom and get him in here? That would be a treat. Multi Tom Tom and team.
Thank you, Thor.
Oh, I can out rap him easy. he struggles.
We have flat Earth singers and rappers in Germany. We have some of them that are so bad that I, as a native German, don't understand what they're saying. They're just no joke. That's how it sounds like. I have no idea what they're talking about.
I
No
like that one, though,
idea.
Jesse. That one was a good song.
That's
was one
a
of my
bop, right?
favorites.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Same. Can't get it out of my head.
Catz, we've had a vote, and you're singing next, pal.
Oh, I'd love to, and Jesse knows this is true. My daughter's gone to bed next door.
Don't get me into your lies, Catz.
Because I messaged her this before. I was like, "Oh, my daughter's gone to bed. She's next door." Like,
I don't know what you're talking about.
So, I would love to do a bit of opera, but I can't. I'm sorry. I have got
rap
a show
is
that did
fine.
that,
Oh
though.
fuck! Heat Shield wants me to sing "We Are the World" next. He might not have said that, but I know what he meant.
Team, I got a tip for you from Godless Gummer. You could practice the tune by whistling it.
Fuck him too.
And people, I have to defend Team here. I am not able to whistle too, and I have video proof of that. I don't know, Jim Parsons is the guy called from The Big Bang Theory. Sheldon Cooper, yeah.
Sheldon.
He and Rihanna are both not able to whistle. So we are in good company, team.
Thank you. Yes.
Wow.
So fuck all of you who try to make us feel bad about it.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. There was one time,
have you
one
tried
night
doing
I
that,
whistled and it worked.
Like in as well, because
Yeah, it sucks.
sometimes
Like
it's easier
literally
to,
sucks. Like sucks.
You know,
I cannot do it. As a child, I wanted to learn, how's this flute called? The one you hold like this? The flute?
Oh, there you
flute.
go. You should
Yeah.
have whistled and I would have sang off.
Yeah.
I wanted to learn that, and as a child, the teacher there said, "Oh, you have to whistle, and then you can try." And I was saying to my mom, "But I cannot whistle," and she was like, "No, go and try it." None of these kids that could whistle got just one tune out of that thing, and I did, even though I couldn't whistle. It's not an important skill to have.
Can I say something to Godless Scummer? Okay. This
Go
is
for it.
I just
But don't be too mean. He gave me money for that, so
this
you.
is what I'm about to do is going to be actually pretty mean, and I'm sorry. I'm going to do it anyway.
How dare you?
How dare you,
Bro.
I have this clip from a TikToker. She was crying because another TikToker surpassed her in followers. And her mom said on a live stream, "Hey, say hello to your fans." And she said it in such a weird tone. "Hi, guys." And I always say that to people, and no one knows what I'm talking about. I have to get that clip and use it in my videos because no one knows the reference I'm making.
Was it something that Anthony Riley said?
What?
You're on TikTok. Were you talking to Anthony Riley?
Probably not. But maybe I'm only using TikTok mostly to fight with other people. When I want to
What else
have
is
a
it for?
discussion and tell someone that they're stupid, I sometimes just have the urge out of nowhere. I'm just on for a fight, and then I use Facebook and TikTok basically.
So, just call me Avi says, "Speak while breathing in." It sounds like Whopper from War Games. So hold on. What should I read? I'll read something and I'll do it. I will only read as I breathe in.
Hello everyone, what are you talking about?
Oh my God. Okay. Let's everybody have that conversation. Hold on.
Why? Is that something special?
I can't do it.
I don't even know.
My
I don't even know
God.
how to try and get it started.
I'm not even gonna try.
This is the best way to get a flurf to stop talking. He's like, look, bro, breathe in as you talk, please. It'll change your life.
Stop
Just-
breathing. It would help.
Yeah.
Snap.
How do you talk? Who talked while they were breathing in? Was that you, Jesse?
Yeah,
That was
you
pretty
just
fucking- do
breathe
it
in and
again.
talk. Hello,
No, it
everyone.
does
What are
not.
you doing about this?
Yeah. How did you do that?
I don't know. I think I did it as a child, just for
I can't
fun.
do anything. Look, I'm trying to say
It must be some sort of mutation.
this is. I'm trying to say
Mhm.
Team Skeptic. Listen.
I need to clip this. I'm going to say, Team Skeptic, listen.
That's a conspiracy cats.
Hey, that was better. I had a neighbor. She was only talking through her nose. And as a child, I didn't understand her. I didn't know what she was talking. And at some point, I started to imitate her. And until we moved away from there, my mom wouldn't let me do it because she was scared she would hear me. She was talking like, "Hello, everyone. How are you doing? My name is Jessica." And she was really talking like this. And it's so fun to imitate those things. I'm sorry if someone talks like this. It's just fun to do impressions of other people. And the breathing in, we had, I think it was a friend of my mom. She had some kind of condition with her throat. She was talking like this. So I don't know what I wanted to say. Just ignore me. I do the same thing.
I'm sorry. Were you talking?
Mm-mm. Go on.
What are you drinking, Jess? What have you got there? What's your birthday drink?
That's Bulle.
Really?
Bulle beer. Mm-hmm.
Nice. Not heard of that.
Yeah, I will
German beer.
send Renty a care package. Renty and I made a deal a few weeks back. I make a package with German sweets and beer and stuff and send it to him, and he will return one to me with English
The
sweets
empties.
and beer and stuff. And
Well,
then
as long
we
as he
will
doesn't send you a flipping blue ribbon. I had a big falling out with the missus. She went to the shops the other day. She'd come back, but instead of toffee crisps or something like that, she'd come back with blue ribbons.
They're
Right,
rubbish,
and I
aren't
was
they?
What
like,
is that?
They're crap.
What is that?
Exactly. You know, people, it's not even like proper food. It's not even worth eating.
No, it's
blue ribbon.
polystyrene with a smear of chocolate around the outside.
How are they
That is the
called?
most depressing
What is
thing.
that?
Blue ribboned.
With a D on the
Why
end.
do
It's
you
like
have
ribbon,
that?
but with
Why
a
is
D
that
on
a
the end.
thing? Yeah, why is that a thing in
No
your
idea.
nation?
To
It's
give
like
to
what the food
kids
should
that you
taste
hate.
like after it's come out.
Mm.
It's like we got some asbestos wrapped in chocolate. We give to kids who aren't being very proper, can't talk when they breathe in or whistle. Eliminate the needless population fast.
Absolutely. These are important life skills.
Yeah, Tunnux. That's what you want, a Tunnux bar.
Shit, I'm still digging them Tim Tams that Commander Darklight sent me.
Tunnux? I don't think I've heard of Tunnux. But
I need to have.
Tunnux?
Oh, you need that.
You're
you
kidding,
need that.
Catz.
Just a little announcement, Godless Scummer. Funnily enough, I passed 2K a few days ago. According to YouTube Studio, I have 2,006 subscribers, but the YouTube page, when you go onto my account, it still says 1,919. And I don't know why.
You're lying.
I
There's
swear.
always a discrepancy between
Yeah.
the two. There's always one.
But
Between the truth and
normally,
Between the
Non-truth.
truth and
My-
lies, yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, but normally on my channel, it says
the truth.
more than in YouTube Studio. So yes, it's the truth. Shut the fuck up.
You're like, but how come I can't see your YouTube studio? You're like, well, that's private business. I can't let you see.
I can send you a
my truth.
screenshot if you
This,
want.
hold on,
to.
this is my truth, right,
Yeah.
Mister?
And it's my
This
truth
is-
and mine only.
Yeah, my truth, right?
Mhm.
In German,
I
it's
hate it.
mine truth, no truth.
Was that a joke?
Or not 9 truth. I'm sorry. I said it wrong. Mine. Okay, leave me alone. I was trying to be funny and I messed up the joke. Dumb American.
Now, I just feel better because I had the same thing prior, so I just feel in good company now. So, I don't know. I wanted to say something. I wanted to say something.
I
Hey,
won't be
Mr.
able to
42 is
stay.
here.
I won't be able to stay around for too much longer. I have a few things I got to do before I go out tonight. So,
Mhm.
I'll still
Practicing
be here for a
singing.
few more minutes. Yeah, hold on.
Well-
Catz. Catz,
Yes,
your
bud.
turn. Happy birthday. I need you to sing that to me right now.
I wanted you all to sing this, but I don't know what happened since then.
Oh, it's your birthday too?
Yeah.
I thought we were doing a birthday stream for me. It's not my birthday today though.
I'll whistle
We
it.
would
That
all
was
sing
we all
it.
such a
doing it?
great joke.
Jesse, we would love to sing it, but Katz's daughter's gone to bed, so we can't.
That's right. Your daughter. We'll just
Also,
take her out.
really
Make her think it's her birthday.
we don't want your stream to get a copyright strike either. I don't know who owns Happy Birthday, but yeah,
It is
He
owned.
doesn't deserve any
Better
money
safe
for
than
that
sorry.
shit.
He must be
Besides,
literally
I
the oldest
thought
man in
the
world.
whole point of tonight's stream was to, discuss collabs and get me on everyone else's channel.
How do you pronounce it? Is it collab or collab?
Collab.
I'd say
Collab.
collab because it's a
Oh,
collaboration.
collab. Yes,
Or a
collab.
collaboration.
Katz.
Depends
Yeah.
what part of
It's
the area. you're
collab
from.
19.
But see,
Yeah, I
before
wanted to say that
before
collab
I
sounds
became a
more like
commoner,
disease.
I went to posh school. So, Mr. S, bollocks to you.
But
Bollocks.
just
Yes,
bollocks.
bollocks.
Because you normally say it's a collaboration.
It's a collab.
Why is it a collaboration?
It's a collab.
Collab.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
a
I vote
collab.
collab.
That's how I
Yeah.
always say it.
Adam
But-
doesn't seem very happy.
I to be honest, I don't know which one I like more. I kind of
Well, I'm American
hate-
and we
I kinda
won
hate
in
both.
1776, so we'll just call it a
Super
collab.
Friends team up.
You are a third world country with a Gucci belt, so sit down.
And
Wow, Limey,
And
you're
matching
really gonna take
shoes.
that as you're talking to him,
But-
right? Not me,
but
obviously.
that's
I'm
actually
American.
that's actually what people think about America. You have so many problems with insurance, with people being sick and cannot afford getting healthy. That's
Yeah.
normally not a problem a developed country has. You have to admit that.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm all for healthcare and education reform.
Yeah,
For
absolutely.
a more
Yeah.
socialized healthcare and education. I think education is more important than anything. We wouldn't have
But
flat
that's
earthers.
communism
Or we'd have
in
less flat
America.
earthers if we
somehow.
gave people the opportunity to go to school for a reasonable price. Like it's still like
Or no
it-
price
I'm-
at all.
yeah, that's the thing. I always tell myself like this. Honestly, if we were to pay the healthcare insurance for all people, right, we'd have a healthier population. A healthier population would work more. Typically,
Mhm.
you'd have less people taking off sick days. So that means greater production throughout the country, meaning more taxes for the government. So it might cost them a little bit, but it also they get some in return as well. But it's taking care of the people that you're supposed to be taking care of. We don't do that here. Education, another thing. Why not? What is the problem with giving people the opportunity to go to free college? Why? What is the problem with that? I don't get it. Wouldn't those people, and they don't have to, we don't force them to go to college, but at least give them the opportunity to continue their education if they so
Yeah.
choose. Like that, to me, it's stupid that we don't actually encourage this. We encourage actually to have our children go into massive debt so that they spend the first 10 to 20 years of their working life paying off this massive debt that they've got themselves into.
But isn't that the
know.
whole American economics?
Yeah,
Being in
colleges
debt.
are
that
privatized
is
institutions.
that is what we learn here, that the American economy is based on war and consuming things you technically cannot afford.
Yeah.
That is what we learn here, basically. That's how Americans do it.
In
I know
Texas,
how
in Texas,
true
we
it
have
is.
in Texas, I don't know if this is still the way it is, but it's been this way for a while. We have a minimum occupancy rule because our prisons are there's quite a bit of privatized prisons, and if the state doesn't keep the inmates, then keep the prisons with a certain percentage of capacity of inmates, then they have to pay for those empty beds. We are willing to spend money to ensure that prisons are up and operational and profitable before we give that money to our children. And the off thing and the way to get around that is to just fucking arrest people and put them in prison, which is also counterproductive to a functioning society. Like
Absolutely.
there are countries out there that don't have life sentences, you know, and I am a proponent
we
of
are
life
one of them.
sentencing. I'm a proponent right now of life sentencing and the death penalty. I do think there's crimes that are so bad those people just do not need to be allowed to live, to breathe our oxygen, to consume our limited resources. They're not working to pay for this opportunity. They're simply there to occupy space and cost people money. And if they've done a heinous crime to the point that I feel like they should maybe be put down like we would a fucking rabid dog.
Or
Okay.
Anthony Riley.
Well, I'm not gonna go and say that about
That's
flat
a bit
earthers because-
redundant.
yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about people that like rape kids
Yeah.
and people that
Yeah.
go on shooting sprees and mass murderers that have no chance.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
letting them walk at the streets would definitely lead to more recidivism and or not. I guess it wouldn't be more. I guess it would be more recidivism. The word's recidivism, but I don't know if it's used right properly there. But it would lead to them harming more people and finding themselves back in the situation that they're in. But
Just think
you go
about
and look at
terrorism.
yeah,
Since
but
America
there's
started to
countries.
fight it, it's gone worse.
But let me tell you
Because
something, Jesse.
when
If there's
you
countries out
are
there,
in Afghanistan and there's a bomb from Americans that just blows up all of your family, you are, as a man, standing there watching your family get vaporized. I'm sorry, I would want to go there and take revenge too. The
yeah, that's
whole
kind of how we
idea
felt after
of the
9/11. You kind of nailed
big
it.
punishment to I don't know, it's like when you
No,
hit your
hey,
child when it does something wrong. That's not how a child will learn. When a man or a woman commits a crime, you need to teach them how not to do it. You need to prevent future generations from going there, because most of the people that get that are in the criminal realm, they don't go there for fun. There are these people and they're beyond help probably, but most of the people are maybe so poor they need to steal from other people, or they need to join a gang to just make sure they have some sense of security. Most of them don't do it because, oh, look how cool I am. For many people, it's just the only way to survive. There is where you can prevent the future generation from needing to get criminal. And you need to teach people when they've done something wrong how to interact with society, because when they get out of jail, they're standing there and they have nothing. No one wants to give them a job. Nothing. What do they have as an option? To get criminal again. That's the only way most of the time they can survive. It's not only that person's fault. The whole society is built that these people get criminal again.
Yeah.
There's the
Now,
problem.
I do want to say, like, Robert Dumpling's Gyroscope that asked the question. I just want to clarify. He said, "Did team just say make prisons profitable?" No, absolutely, I did not say that. I was saying here in Texas, it's set up to make prisons profitable. Here in Texas, which I don't agree with. I'm okay with the prison system to incarceration of people. Incarceration is a must in society. There has to be consequences for antisocial behavior, and incarcerating somebody is just in my mind. But I was going to say I just wanted to clarify that I did not say I want to make prisons profitable. But the second thing is that there's countries out there, And I saw a documentary on a country. I can't think of which one's either Norway or maybe Iceland, maybe, or one of the countries up there that are like real far north, Sweden,
Mhm.
maybe. They even if you're a mass murderer, I think the maximum sentence you can get is like 16 years. And their recidivism rate is absolutely minimal because when they go in there, they give them a job, they make them work, and they pay them legitimate salaries and for their work. And you know, when they come out with a skill, they come out with experience, they come out with a skill, and they can insert themselves back into society. Sure, they
Yeah,
have
absolutely.
people come back to prison. There are going to be bad people all the way around.
Sure.
But in America, it is set up for a felon to become a repeat offender. It is set up that way. It is hard. If you get out as a felon, guess what? You can't get any job that has a government contract tied to it. Like companies that have government contracts, part of their thing they have to sign is you can't hire a felon. And you have to get rid of the felons that are in your workforce.
Because
Second thing
America
is-
decides those things with emotions.
Yeah.
They done something, people get outraged, and with that outrage, they sentence them to ABC.
Yeah.
And you should divide that. You should, when I think about like P words and R words, my emotional side is castrate them. I don't fucking care. Or just off them. That's my emotional side. But the other side is, okay, they're humans. Where did they went off?
Are they humans or
They
are they
humans.
defective humans?
Even Hitler was a human. We
He was
like
defective.
to distance ourselves from, because we don't want to think about that someone of our own species is capable of doing something like that. And what do humans do? They deny. They lie to themselves. Oh, he was a monster. He wasn't one of us. I could never. But I bet you with 99% of the people that sit in jail for various offenses, most of them, when they tell you the story, how did they get there? You would feel for them to a certain extent. Yes, they are still responsible, but they are not monsters. It's
Maybe
a very uncommon thing that there is I don't know, someone with antisocial personality disorder that just goes around and kills people for fun. That is so rare. So
for
many
sure.
times people, they have never learned how to just restrain themselves. They've never learned how to cope with their emotions. And to a certain extent, you have to take this into account. They are humans. Maybe you don't like to think about that, but for most of the people, there would be a situation where they would do something unthinkable to survive or to protect their children. Everyone has another reason or another line where they say, okay, at that point, I will cross it to protect something I love, if it's my life or some relatives or something. But everyone has that line. And that is something you need to think of when you say that this person gets jail for 12,000 years. That's so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
So most of the time, people made a mistake. Mistakes should be punished, yes. But when two guys are drunk and they get in a fight and one of them dies during that fight, just think about that's a mistake that many people could get in, and he would get 50 years in prison. Is that fair? Yes, he killed someone, but does this punishment change anything for the people that had to suffer through that loss, besides from some sense of justice? But that again is emotion based and has nothing to do with being rational and say, okay, what is a appropriate punishment and what is the humanity that we should show even though those people didn't? You know what I mean?
Yeah, if I may,
there's
I want
a
to share
difference.
something actually that's kind of really related to this and quite personal to me. So my own sister actually, she ended, we didn't grow up that bad. We didn't grow up that great either. However, we both went kind of different directions. She is now sitting in prison for, it doesn't matter for, but we adopted her daughter and we took her kids away, and the plot hole, hey guy, But she's been to jail over and over and over again, and she keeps making the same mistakes and over and over. And team, I'm sure you can speak to this being in Dallas. There are a lot of good kids coming up that just get caught up in bad situations.
Yeah.
And I see it a lot
Absolutely.
here and on the west side of Columbus, Ohio. And like a lot of kids that my son knew in elementary school are now growing up to be thieves and just ingrates, essentially. So it's
Well,
some people
and
are just broken. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
some people are broken and some people are a victim
Absolutely.
of their circumstance.
Yeah.
I look at like the poorer communities. Let me point out something. I think it was the stat I looked at was like either 1/2 or 1/3 of all African American children live below the poverty line, right? So why is that? It's not because Black people just don't want to work or they're lazy or nobody's giving them a job or anything. It's none of that. It has everything to do with the socioeconomic situation they find themselves in. No money, living around other people that have no money, and you have a large criminal element. Okay. Like they're and not in every community that's minority or Black or anything. I'm just saying that in the poor communities where crimes happen, East Baltimore, for instance, you're growing up as a kid in that life. You're right. You make the mistake. You go to prison. You do your time. You get out. It might have been something stupid like a little drug deal charge or whatever. Go to prison. You get out. You're a felon. Guess what? You ain't living anywhere where nice people live. All right. They're not giving you an apartment that's, even if you go and turn your life around, you will always have that felony hanging over your head. You will always be forced to live around other felons. Now, when you're living around other felons and they tend to have their recidivism and they start committing crimes again or whatever, then you're in that vicinity. You become a victim of that circumstance again. Yes, you can say no and you can make a difference and you can do something totally opposite and just get yourself out and live with your within your restraints, but still not repeat offend. But that's not what happens. What happens is repeat offense occurs, and it occurs because we can't get felons out of the felonious world. And you have to ask why. And when we look at our hiring practices, our not ownership, but the like the rental, the way rentals work, it forces felons to have jobs that are lower paying. It also forces them to stay in parts of towns where other felons are living, in apartment complexes and housing areas where it's maybe the property value is so fucking low that they'll put anybody in there regardless of whether you're a felon. Do you pay your $700 a month rent for a 4-bedroom house? Okay, then you can live there. And it's poor as shit. And what you do is you just find yourself in that, being repetitively in that wash and dry cycle, rinse and spin, rinse and spin, rinse and spin, rinse and spin. Put them in the prison system, kick them out, wait till they commit another crime, put them back in the prison system. That's how it happens.
Absolutely.
It sucks.
And it doesn't change anything. Our society tried for a couple hundred years to solve the problem within society of criminals and all of that by doing what we do now. I think after, let's say, 300 years, we're pretty safe to say that it doesn't change much, right? The best thing to prevent criminals is give them the chance to be better. Give them the chance. The problem is, like everywhere, oh, you have done something in the past. Well, you're fucked now. Just go on Twitter. Just go there, look at someone, and you find a tweet from 12 years ago, and someone will see it now and say, see, you maybe weren't 11 back then, but it's now wrong to say this. Our society is built on this false sense on accountability, where we force other people to take accountability, which has nothing to do with taking accountability. If you force them to say sorry, if you put them in jail and ask them every week with a psychiatrist, are you sorry? Sometimes they're fucking nuts, but they don't have a choice. It has nothing to do with learning from your mistakes, because you don't have the opportunity to grow from it. No one will give you the opportunity to prove that you have changed, that you have learned to restrain yourself, or to just don't do that shitty thing that you did, whatever that might be.
There's another side to
The,
that
the
coin too,
internet,
which is
yeah,
people are a product of their environment. You know,
mhm,
what kind of home did you grow up in? What were
yeah.
your parents like? What were your friends like that you went to school with? You know, people are absolutely a product of their own environment.
When you grow up, and you know your dad had to steal cars to bring your family food on the table, for you, you maybe know that it's not the right thing to do, but you grew up with the sense of that's normal. That there is sometimes there's more to people than just their action at that one specific moment in time. Everyone has their backstory, and no one, I can promise you, there's no person in this world that does things just out of the blue. Everyone has some kind of reason for their action. You may not understand it, or you may not know about it, but every little random thing where you would say, why the hell would he say something like this? No one could ever. Yes, obviously someone could. You may not know why, but every person who is alive today has a reason. Look how we make fun of conspiracy theorists because it's fun, yes. But the people that came back to normal world again, no one shits on them and says, oh my God, you're just such an idiot, because we learned their story. We learned about that. Yeah, we may be sure in our ability to understand and critical think now, but with the backstory, how they get into the whole thing, most of us will sit there and said, yeah, I could see that actually happening. And so is it with everything. We need to stop ostracizing and demonizing people that we just don't understand, because there is a reason. And I just hate it when people are so black and white about people. Well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That's fair.
Well, that took a mildly depressing turn, but no, very, very, very good points there.
Just a little bit.
From both sides. And yes, I think we've all learned that this entire planet is going to hell. So
yeah, thank you, boomers.
I'm going to go take a walk into oncoming traffic and and see if that makes me feel better. No, I do actually need to get going though. Thank you very much for having me on the stream, Jesse. Happy birthday again. I'll probably butcher it, but I believe, is it Herzlichen zum Geburtstag?
Herzlichen Glückwunsch zum Geburtstag.
Glückwunsch.
Yeah, it's the congratulating
the
part.
U and the umlaut, and yeah.
It's wishing luck.
Zum Geburtstag.
Vielen Dank.
Maybe I need to start attending this group as well. But anyway,
we Germans
great
will.
To see everybody, Catz, good to see you. Skeptic,
you too, mate.
Frank,
Yeah, take care, my friend.
Sensible. I don't know if this is the first time we've actually had a chat, but maybe not. I don't know. Anyway,
I think we're on something.
Yeah, no, yeah. Second time.
I mean, we got to hook up, man.
All right, everyone, take care and bye to the chat. Good seeing everybody. I'll probably still be lurking around for a little while.
Yeah, is Limey the only one leaving?
Maybe. And gone.
I don't know.
Let's bring Mr. 42 in.
Well, I have to go. God dog it. Jesse, ich muss gehen. Alles Gute zum Geburtstag.
Oh, vielen Dank. Das freut mich sehr, dass du da warst.
Did I say it pretty close to okay?
Yeah, I understood what you were saying.
Oh, you did?
It was
Good.
pretty good, yeah.
Okay, good. That sound like American trying to be German.
You sound like you were trying to order fish eggs. I think that's what you did.
Drop me a message on Twitter, team, and we'll throw you in the Discord so you can get the link for when we meet. We have a few beers and we chat, and Jesse teaches us all German. It's good.
Okay, so I have something else to say. We bestelle ich Fischeier.
Oh.
What did I say?
Mhm.
What did I say?
How do I order
We are
fish eggs?
ordering.
Yes, I did
Oh,
say
V.
it. So I said it right. All right. All right,
Looks like
guys.
beer.
I love everybody in the chat. You guys are amazing. Jesse, happy birthday. You
Thank you.
are
Thank you
amazing.
for
Very amazing.
stopping
And-
by.
Catz, you okay, bro? You're okay.
And greetings to your
couldn't
German
speak to you, mate.
girlfriend.
I'll be sure to tell her. I'll tell her you said hi. I'll find I'll try my best to do it in German. And then let's see. We got Frank, sir. It's a pleasure speaking with you. I think this
Yeah,
is
you
our
too.
first time to chat, so good to chat with you. And then Mr. Sensible, same thing with Catz. Yeah.
Take care,
We got
my friend.
we three. If only you guys spoke English properly, because we'd be like the three amigos. Be like almost like a rare 3 Twinkies in one pack. That's what we'd be. Just we would be the same, but you guys have to learn
Why
to speak
does that
proper
sound
English.
wrong to me?
Because you got a dirty mind, woman.
Yeah, because it's more fun, you boring old people.
Charming.
Es ist in der Rhein. I think I said it right. It's in the gutter. Rhine. Es ist in der Rhine. Does it say it right? It's in the gutter. Your mind.
Mhm. Yeah, but,
Rhine. Okay. Es ist in der Rhine.
but this is again expression when you translate it to German, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't miss it. You're
It's
right.
for example, when we in German say you're crazy, we say hast du ein Vogel, which basically translates to do you have a bird? It doesn't
Do you
make
have
sense.
a what?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense
do you
when you
say it again?
translate it.
Would you say
Hast
it
du
again,
ein
please?
Vogel?
Hast du
It's-
ein Vogel?
Have you got a
It,
bird? Yeah.
It's from these old
Hast du ein
clocks
Vogel?
when the
Cuckoo clocks.
full hour is yes.
Yep.
And when you only have that in your brain, the only response your brain has is cuckoo, cuckoo. That's how the expressions came. But when you translate it, it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
There's
so
probably some in English too when you translate them.
one more time. How do you say it? Hast
Hast
what?
du einen Vogel?
Okay, hast du say that Vogel? Hast du einen
Vogel.
Hast du einen Vogel?
Yeah,
V-
perfect.
yeah.
Hast du einen Vogel?
Team, it's Vogel.
Vogel. Okay, hast du eine Vogel?
But it's pronounced with
differently.
F. Vogel.
Oh, Vogel. Okay, because I'm telling my chick that tonight. Hast du eine Vogel?
It
That's what
basically
Jesse
means I
told me
love
to
you
tell
very
you.
much.
Jesse told me it means I love you. Hast du eine Vogel? All right,
Basically the
guys.
same thing.
I love you guys. Y'all are amazing. Y'all have a
Bye-bye.
good rest of your show. Okay. Bye.
Take care,
See you
Street.
again,
Thank
mate.
Bye-bye, team.
Catch you later, buddy.
And hello, Mr. 42. How are you doing?
Hey!
Everybody's favorite.
Hello, sir.
Good evening.
Today,
Happy
I'm
birthday.
sorry, Mr. 42. Today, you're not everyone's favorite. Today, that's my job, okay?
No.
Thank
The
you.
expression is I'm the favorite Mr. 42. That's all.
I don't care. I don't
That's
care.
all.
I don't care. Today is my day.
Okay.
We have about an hour left.
Look what Mr. Sensible is doing. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
Mr.
yeah.
And
Sensible
he is
can't
failing.
tag.
Quickly.
He can't tag.
He can tech.
Of course I can tech.
It's
I
hard.
spent 20 years working in IT.
Oh, you shouldn't have said that. It makes it worse for you.
What
Yeah.
do you mean?
Yeah, that you had so much time to learn about it, and you did struggle with the green screen a little.
With a little background.
Yeah, but look what I got. Can you tell me what this is?
Oh, distractions!
Ah,
Yeah, I sucked at this,
Hold
but
on.
look what I got.
yeah. Blimey, there's a lot of layers. Sorry.
Like
you
an
go.
onion.
That
I know
shut
what
you
that
up,
is.
didn't it?
I saw your video.
Yeah.
I know what it is because I've
Yeah.
seen your video.
Good man.
I've seen it, yeah.
Well, Jesse, it's down to you then. Can you tech?
No,
No.
I mean I can, but sometimes
well,
I'm
there
a
we
girl.
go.
I don't need to.
It's a very, very, very impressive ownership. No, that's like a wrong word. A very impressive thing to own. Is that?
I
Very
think
jealous.
so. Yeah.
Was it expensive?
No, I got it for free.
Okay, then it's not an excuse that I don't know about because it's expensive.
It's a valve that was taken out of Colossus when they were. Oh, you know what Colossus is, do you?
No, I just wanted to pretend that I know what you're talking about. We have ideas what it could be. Does it vibrate? Thank you, Purple Guys.
No, but it would get warm.
Oh no.
It's a valve from Colossus, pretty much the first computer.
Say hi to baby 42, 21. Hi.
21.
Hello, Pepper Putz.
Oh, hello.
Pepper Putz.
Wutz, nicht Putz, Wutz. Catz.
Wutz.
It's Peppa,
Pepper Wutz. Ah, too belied.
Yeah, Peppa Wutz.
It's Peppa.
Yeah, Pepper Wutz.
She's so precious. Trends girl, no, not a 15-hour stream for now. I will stream until I don't want to anymore, basically, but we'll see. I mean, team has disappointed once again, leaving really in the beginning, but
Sounds like he's got a big night ahead of him.
That's
Yeah,
the
maybe.
second time that you have a stream. Team is there, and he drops off just before I come in. This is the second time, really.
Yeah, we gave him warning.
yeah,
I think he's
maybe
afraid of
he
me.
doesn't. Yeah, probably it's fear. Fear is the emotion.
Or there is an ugliness limit.
42, you didn't see what
no.
happened about 45 minutes ago. I don't think that man fears anything.
that was
that
amazing,
is
that.
true, Frank. Absolutely, it was great. He has balls doing it because I would never.
Yeah, I do.
It took,
like
I
seeing
think,
you.
2 years until I did sing in front of my boyfriend. So
I seriously hope somebody recorded that and that gets put up.
I will upload the whole stream as is.
Oh, okay, good.
You can all download it, no problem. Just give me no, I don't want credit.
It'll be on my
Of course
playlist.
you get
I'll have that
credit.
in the car.
It's your birthday.
Yeah, but hey, if someone is capable of using that clip and the clip prior where he tried to show us how Western music and country music sounds and can make a remix out of that, please do. I am not capable of doing that, but we would really appreciate someone doing it. So just
Hey, Catz is the music guy here.
Yeah.
Frank, I meant to speak. I meant to mention this to you. You're big into the combat sports and the UFC and stuff, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Tom Aspinall, the new promising heavyweight?
In boxing.
No, UFC. Tom Aspinall, the up and coming heavyweight.
No, actually, I have not heard of
thank
him.
you, Jason.
Oh,
Hey,
give me a quick.
Maybe
Google.
I have. Maybe I
He's,
have now that I'm thinking about it. He's unranked. He came off the Contender Series, right?
No. He what is he? Is he ranked 12th now? He beat Sergeyev. Anyway, if you Google him, you'll see he won the in his last fight. He got the performance of the night bonus and whatnot. But my story was going to be I used to know him because he used to train in his gym. But that's if you don't know him, it kind of kills the story. But if you Google him, you'll see he's a big up. He's undefeated in the UFC. He's had about 4 fights
really
now.
cool,
4
man.
or 5. He's a
That's
good guy,
really
nice
cool.
guy.
Say that
Oh,
again.
yeah. I have one of my security guards at work. His nephew is getting ready to go on the Ultimate Fighter and try to earn his way into the UFC. So
Wow.
well, I'll be looking for him.
Cool. Do you remember Saul Rogers from the Ultimate Fighter?
Well, who is it again?
Saul Rogers. He was the guy who beat Ryan Hall when Ryan Hall was in it. But then he told a fib on his visa. And well, no, I've trained with him as well.
Are you talking about Ryan Hall, the jiu-jitsu specialist, the guy, the leg lock guy? Yeah.
He beat Ryan Hall in the Ultimate Fighter series, but then I think he was due to get to the final eliminator, and he got kicked off. There was some irregularities. He'd not declared something on his visa. I don't know. It was all kept quite quiet.
I do.
But we never saw him again. He's fighting belt. But I trained with him as well. But no, look up Tom Aspinall and then drop a message. I'll chat. He's a good guy. Really
The more
nice
you
guy.
say the name, the more it's clicking. I think I have seen him fight a couple times.
No, he's
The heavyweight division is a hot mess in the UFC right now.
He used to box with Tyson Fury's camp, not for long, but he was training with them, training with Tommy Fury and Tyson Fury, and because he couldn't get any MMA fights in the UK, so they moved him. He moved into boxing because he thought he'd get more fights, but then he transitioned obviously back to MMA. But there we go. I'll stop boring you with it now, but I just want to.
Yeah, we're boring the other three.
No worries. I was just like, okay. I mean, I like when two men are standing there and actually fighting. I hate wrestling. I think it's so bad. When I want to look at something like this, I want to see blood and teeth.
Look up Conor McGregor versus
Everywhere.
Nate Diaz 2. It's on YouTube.
Yeah,
You can watch the full fight for free. That is if you like a fight like that, that's the one. Conor McGregor, Nate Diaz
my
2.
boyfriend, he likes wrestling, and I get so angry when he watches wrestling on the TV. I have to turn around because every time I look up, I was like, why can't they put in any effort? Because they not even try to make it seem like they're good actors. I hate it. I hate these facial expressions when they're standing like, I hate it so much. I
Yeah.
get so angry. I want to see, when some people fight, I want to see blood and teeth, where they're actually fighting, where they're putting actual effort in all of that.
You're
Elbow.
such a nice
Yeah.
girl, aren't you?
Yeah,
Such a lovely
right?
lady.
Yeah, teeth from other men, please. I don't know. There's some things that trigger me so much, and wrestling is one of those things. I cannot cope with it, really. I don't know what it is.
I'm right there with you. I can't stand it. When I was a kid, I loved it. You know, when we had Macho Man Randy Savage and Andre the Giant and Hulk Hogan. Those were the glory days of professional wrestling. But
I used to
once
like
I
it
grew
when I
up,
was a kid.
found out it
I mean,
was. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. S.
I was just say I used to like it here when I was a kid. Do you remember it, Catz? You had Giant Haystacks, Big Daddy, Mark Rollerball, Rocco,
Big Dad,
Cat
yeah.
Weasel.
And the
It was
little
brilliant. I
remember
dinosaur
that.
as a pet at home.
ITV on a Saturday afternoon. Yeah, I remember that. Mum making soup, and I didn't like soup. That was a bit shit, but the rest of it was good.
But you tell the kids of today, and they don't believe you, do they?
I mean, you can't really compare Giant Haystacks to Hulk Hogan. It's like, it was great though. Like everyone was like Hulk Hogan, then the wrestling comes on ITV, and you know it's Big Daddy. Yeah, it's like, oh, great. You know,
Thank you, old
it
man.
was good. Bye, old man. Oh, I love it.
No, I really can't understand how people watch wrestling, but I also cannot understand how people can watch TV without getting angry. So, what do I know?
Yeah. I wouldn't watch wrestling now. It's more women's beach volleyball.
Mm,
Boys.
it has a certain aesthetic to it.
Doesn't it? Mm.
Definitely.
As long as Team doesn't decide to take it up in his mankini.
You have to pay a price for everything, right?
Wow.
Last
Yeah,
night on Limey's live stream, I suggested there should be a mankini contest between Team, himself, and Ranty, and they should all play pool.
No, not
together.
Ranty, Pamela.
Pamela, yeah, that's right. Pamela.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ranty's quite a good
why
pool
not?
player, actually.
Really?
I played it.
Yeah, I
There's a
saw that
on my
video you
channel.
guys
Me and
made.
him met
Catz.
up
That
for a
was,
day and
that was
played,
cool.
He's good. He's a good player. Yeah. Been a long time since you both played, but he can knock some
Thank
ball around.
you. Thank you so much, some old dude.
Well, I think I'm going to have to make a move, Jesse. It's been 2 hours and time's getting on. So I want to say thank you very much for inviting me on. It has been fun.
Thank you for
It's been
coming.
nice not having to organise all the stream myself. Just lay back.
I didn't organize
easy.
anything myself, so I don't
listen,
know.
You make sure you have a great birthday, yeah?
Thank you so much. And thanks for being here. It was a pleasure as always.
My pleasure. Well, Frank, 42, Catz, thanks very much. You take care, guys.
See you
I'll
later,
catch you
buddy.
all soon. Good night.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Finally meet
See you
Bye,
later.
chat.
I'm just going to the
I-
toilet. I'll be back though.
Gary, I want to I don't know, give you an idea. When you have God on one side and science on another side, do you know where the difference is? When we just today take all of the books that mention God and destroy them, in 1,000 years, everyone will have some kind of weird, different idea about what religion is, right? When we today destroy everything we know about science, in 1,000 years, they will get the exact same results we have today. And that is because to one thing, there's a certain truth, and to another thing, it's an interpretation of things out there by humans.
A book.
There is an actual difference. Just an idea to maybe think about a little bit. Because
Won't happen.
but I thought it was a great comparison.
Yeah, that
for-
is. That
because
is absolutely
it is.
true.
When we destroy everything we know about science today, and people will just start over again and discover and research, we will end up right where we are with our knowledge. And that's not the case with any religion. That's what I
That's a
saw on
really good
TikTok
point, though.
today.
I agree.
That's a very good point. If all of the religious texts and everything were just wiped out of existence and cleared from everybody's brains, you're right. In 1,000 years, it would. That's really good point, actually.
Yeah, I thought so too, because I mean, they used it in that conversation about just, is God real or is it not? But I think in every sense of someone opposing the scientific knowledge, it is a great, just it's not really a metaphor, it's really a thought experiment. And I think it shows a little bit more of what is really legitimate and what's not. I mean, not to say that your belief in God, if someone's there, is not legitimate. It is. If you do so, go for it.
Yeah.
But don't push a narrative and use, but God. That's the issue here.
Yeah, that's I think I may have mentioned this to you before, but my wife is Christian. And
My
I'm
boyfriend
atheist.
is one too. Yeah.
And we have 4 kids, and we decided, very early on that we're not going to push either of our beliefs on any of them, and we're going to let them all figure it out for themselves.
Yeah, and that's the best thing you can do, because it should be a personal choice. My boyfriend's cousin, she during COVID, when she was here, she wanted always to play school because she was in first class, and then COVID hit and she didn't have school anymore, and she was so excited. So every time she was here, we did learn something, and we were talking about evolution and how animals are. And then she looked at me and said, but I thought God did all of it. And I was sitting there like, fuck, what am I going to say that now? Because it's not my child. It's not my place to tell her one or the other.
Right.
But I didn't think about it when explaining to her, because she asked how there are these animals and why some of them are similar. And I was just, yeah, evolution and stuff. And then she hit me with a God question. And because I didn't want to push her in one or the other direction, I just said that some people believe one or the other, but some people do believe that God's way of creating all these animals was evolution. And she was fine with that explanation. I then talked to her dad and said, "Hi, I hope I didn't do anything wrong, because I know it's the same. He is an atheist and his wife isn't." And they were perfectly fine. But I think that's kind of a good way to show children that you don't have to choose necessarily. I know physicists who are Christian who say, yes, but science is just the language or the way God used to create it, because they mostly see the stories in the Bible as just stories, just ideas, humanly they just made the story a little bit more pretty and more interesting.
Yeah.
And they see science as the way God did it. So they don't have to oppose each other, I think.
But yeah, I agree. Totally. Now, however, my brother-in-law, I recently found out, is a flat
Mhm.
earther. Like I told you guys about this too.
Oh, God.
And he is pushing that on my 6-year-old niece.
Oh, I would lose my mind.
Yes. So now that is definitely something that I'm telling her. Don't
Thank
listen
you.
to that. Like, no.
Mhm.
I said when she comes over, we had her. I don't know, a couple months ago, we had her for about 6 weeks, and I was watching SpaceX videos with her, and I watch a lot of What About It with Felix Schlang, and she just was saying, "Well, my daddy says this is fake," and da, da, da. I'm like, "No," and
Oh,
I would have to explain to her, you
Mhm.
know, but yeah, that's
That's
I can't
hard.
stand, I can't stand for that.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
it is. Because when it's not your own child, it's hard to oppose the parent, even though we know it's right because they teach that kid bullcrap.
Right.
But as sad as it is, humans that have their own children are allowed to teach them whatever they want. And
But
that
to
can
be
be a good
fair,
and a
me and
bad
my
thing.
brother-in-law, we don't get along. We're not. I wouldn't even
I
call
imagined.
him.
Just had a
We
thought.
never have, honestly.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it's just, man, I just can't stand for that. Nope, no way. Not gonna let it happen.
Yeah, at least try to tell your children when you are a flat earther. Just tell them, hey, I do believe in this, but in school you will learn this. Make up your mind whenever you are ready. Like when people do with science or belief or faith, you could do that also. Just if you really, and that's what I always say to them, if you're really so sure that the earth is flat, you should have faith in your own child to see the truth. If not, maybe your child has a point. But when you really believe Earth is flat, there's no need to manipulate. There's no need to tell them, hey, everyone's lying. If it's some kind of truth, you should have the faith in your child to come to the truth on its own. Because when you need to lie and manipulate your own child, you don't have much hope in it, don't you?
No, not really. Right?
Oh, I hate it. I hate people. Some people. I'm sorry, not the people on panel or in chat.
It's
Just
funny
hate
because I saw.
people. Fuck them all.
Fuck 'em all.
Yeah, almost all. Also,
I
Mr.
People
42,
suck.
because of all the discussion, I forgot. Thank you so much for the super duper chat.
Welcome.
Mr. 42, Gary Wybinga is calling you out in the chat. Wants to know when you're
I-
going to debate him.
He is too stupid to understand what fuck off means. So
He lost
just doesn't
you
understand.
somewhere between the first and the last F.
Yeah, not sure what I can do to make him understand it, but he just
No,
doesn't get it.
Gary Wenger, I'm constantly being emailed by people on the Agree to Disagree channel who want to debate a flat earther, but it's very difficult to get flat earthers on because they feel they won't get a first shot. But if you've seen the Agree to Disagree channel, you'll know that everybody gets guaranteed 50% talking time. So if you do want to have a debate, if you drop me a message, conspiracycatsmail@gmail.com, or send me a message here with your email address, you can come on Agree to Disagree and we will find someone to debate you, and you will be guaranteed 50% speaking time and nobody will be allowed to speak over you. So there you go.
That's
Sounds fair to
a
me.
great offer. And when you go to the channel, you will see that everyone, regardless of their belief, gets the same chance to speak their mind. So it's a very fair platform.
I'm currently
even
working on
had-
somebody right now to agree to do that with me. I'm waiting to email you. So I'm just waiting on the guy to say yes.
On
Oh,
that,
exciting.
I meant to send you a message. I've been that busy all these past. In fact, I've been working on something that I've been writing some books, and literally, honestly, Jesse, I'm not exaggerating this. 15 minutes before I came onto this stream, before the show started, I finished my textbook. 15 minutes before.
Wow.
So, like, literally, I'm done. So I've been.
We're
I've been way off
celebrating
YouTube.
not only my birthday today, but also you being finished with that book finally, huh?
I know, but your birthday is far more important. But it does mean
But
that
it's almost over.
I'm more. I've got more time to do stuff like this, and I know we'd spoken about you coming on and talking about the Hitler documentary you saw, and because I watched one on Amazon, and it was really interesting. Like, just not to debate, but just to talk about it. You know, so if you're still up for that, we could sort that out next week if you wanted to do it. You know, whether we move to Argentina or not. I just thought it was, if you want to come on, just have the chat about it. But let me know, and we'll do it next week.
Cool. Of course. I had many people respond very well to that video because they never thought about that they would get an opinion about all of that from a German. Because I don't know why, but some people here don't like to talk about the Second World War for some reason.
Oh, that's
But
weird.
yeah,
Oh,
but I do have a different. Yeah, I do have a different idea about all of that. I also don't think with, for example, even in America, people are today not, they shouldn't feel guilty for what people few hundred years prior to them, or even just 80 years prior to them did. But you have a responsibility. And that's how people stop talking about these things at all. That's why I want to talk about it.
There's been a cross where there was. I think I've said something that applies to both of you there. Do that. Come on, let's do that. Come on, and we'll have that. Frank also had messaged me about some sort of evidence he'd seen that suggested that Hitler had escaped to Argentina. Was it?
Yes.
I know of a forensic biologist or something like this. He was actually allowed by, I think, the Russians, was it, to do a forensic analysis of the skull from Hitler.
Well, that actually turned out to be a woman's skull, and the DNA did not match, I believe.
But I think there are different. But I would absolutely love to look a little bit deeper into it and just see what we found. It sounds absolutely interesting.
That's fine.
I'd
Over
love to do
here
a show
in
sorry, Frank. Go on.
no worries. Over here
sorry,
on the History Channel, we had a program called Hunting Hitler, and it had two former CIA analysts. Catz, you may know Tim Kennedy from the UFC. He was a former middleweight. He was a special forces guy. He was on the show. And they ran 3 seasons, I want to say. And so that's something you might want to look up and watch, Jesse. You might enjoy that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very interesting I have to say, I didn't really look much into the whole idea. Did he survive? Did he not? I have to be honest, because that's the least thing in Germany you think about when you think about the whole story back then.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely interesting, and I
There's some
said it in
very
my
compelling
video.
evidence. I mean, there's firsthand accounts of Argentinians that say, "Yes, I saw him. I
But
took
we
a
all
photo
know
of
that
him. Here's a photo,"
people
and then they,
saying they saw something is the least credible evidence.
yeah, I
So
know, yeah,
because that's the same when flat earthers say, yeah, but I can't experience earth turning. Your experience is valid, but the reason for it might be different.
that's fair. That's fair.
You know, that the word doppelganger exists for a reason, because there are people that look heavily alike from people hundreds of years apart from each other.
Yeah.
Mm.
So there could be that's almost goes into almost unbelievable to explain phenomena. But
It's
it,
just,
it
to me,
could,
it's
it
just
is a
fascinating to
possibility,
think.
of
It's just
course.
fascinating to think that he could have escaped. You know,
I think he
I'm
could.
telling you,
The
check out that
opportunity.
program. Check out that program I mentioned. I'll send you a link for it.
Yeah,
And
yeah, do that.
yeah, I think you'll like it. Like I said, it's 3 seasons. I think 30 episodes, 10 episodes per season. But
That's one weekend for me, no problem.
yeah, you'll be able to fly through it. But yeah, very interesting stuff.
Yeah,
Very
absolutely.
interesting.
That sounds cool.
Hit us up if you want to come on next week, because I'm back now. I'm back to doing stuff. Like, it's been a long
Back for
10
business.
months, but I'm back to I've actually got some free time. I don't think I've had a day off since May, and that was one day. And then I don't think I've had a day off before then. Before March, it's been horrendous. But I'm back to life now. So yeah, hit us up if you want to come on.
Welcome back in
How
society.
does it feel?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
dear
that
me.
sounds really interesting, especially because that wouldn't be much of a debate, more like a
Yeah, just a chat,
conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
An educated discussion.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah,
And
what if this
I
had
love
happened?
that.
What if that had happened? And yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, hit us up. I can
Absolutely.
set it up anytime next week. Anytime next week, and it'll be
Awesome.
just be fun. Be a fun chat. And you know, simulcast it on your own channels as well. So it
Right
goes
on.
out, on yours at the same time.
Sure.
Thank
Some
you.
old dude said for $5, who ought to care if he escaped? He's dead by now, and good riddance. But I think for the people that knew someone who suffered through it, I imagine it would be easier for them to know he was dead all the time, rather than he escaped and lived a happy life after all he did. I think that's more why people think about it. And he was such an evil person and powerful, you have to admit, that he could have gone out there. I think it's also very probable that he did of himself, because I don't think he would have had the balls to face all that he did. They all wanted really, yeah, I know. Don't
It's all
mention it.
equally probable.
Yeah, but I think so too. Yes, it's both very possible, and it fits into the picture we have about this man, because he was a coward.
Most
Let's
definitely.
be real here.
Most definitely.
And I think it's very possible that he said, you know what, before they get me, I get off myself. So I think both could be possible, but I think this discussion is more about what we think is moral for people that have done something. Those people shouldn't have the ability to live a long, happy life after this kind of things. I think that's why people like to discuss about it.
Some old dude, just a little anecdote about myself. My grandmother, she came from Copenhagen, Denmark. She was captured by the Nazis at 9 years old. She was in a camp.
Oh, wow.
She was forced to see that man speak 3 times, and my grandfather ended up saving her and bringing her home, and that's the only
Mhm.
reason that I am here. So that's why I feel such a deep connection with that part of history. Um, so
And
yeah,
it has a morbid fascination because it's just not something you would believe at first sight. When you didn't know anything about history and someone told you there was a man who did this, who killed this many people, that was his goal, you wouldn't believe it
right.
because it just sounds so unbelievably inhumane. And I think that is one part of the fascination. And another part is, I think we all know that racism, sadly, and anti Semitism is a problem today still. Maybe not to that industrial extent, but it's still a problem. And to know about how did it work back then, how did people end there, is important for our present too.
Sure.
And this fascination doesn't need to be some kind of like these people that are so turned on by serial killers that has nothing to do with it, when you just want to understand, when you want to learn, because it is our history, and our
Yeah.
history brought us where we are today. And why not use the knowledge, and why not learn from other people's mistakes?
Well, that's
At least
kind of
that's
like,
how I see it.
no, I totally agree. It's like that goes right along with I have a kind of a morbid fascination with horror movies, and like you said, serial killers. I've done a lot of research on Jack the Ripper, for instance.
Mhm.
H. Holmes, who was the first American serial killer. He had a actual, they called it a murder castle he built in Chicago, and this place had he had chutes where he could drop people down, and it's a wild story. If you haven't heard that one, look that one up. That is a wild story. But
Mhm.
there's a lot of people who believe that H. Holmes was Jack the Ripper, because H. Holmes started his murders here in the U.S. just 3 short years after Jack stopped murdering in London. So that's interesting too. There was a program on the History
Mhm.
Channel about that.
But you do have to remember that there was a documentary on BBC Nature or whatever where they talked about proof that Megalodon does still exist. So
Yeah.
take it with a grain of salt at some
Yeah.
point. But it is interesting because sometimes things match and that could give an idea. But hello?
Hello.
But I think
Sorry, that was
it's
my fault.
interesting. No worries. Jessa, the random reviewer, said for £4.49, if Hitler did escape, his life would have been agonizing as he was going blind, and he had Parkinson's, so his life would have been far from happy. But if he did still survive, as long that he would die out of being old or whatever, it would have been too good as getting the process in Nuremberg back then, how many other war criminals got. I think that's everything
Right.
that is not immediate death to this person is a happy life compared to what all of his victims had to endure.
So there
I
there
think
were 100%. There were Nazis in Argentina back in the late
they
40s
were
and 50s.
everywhere. They were
And
everywhere.
they actually found a house. It was more of a compound with a central structure, and in this central structure, they found medicine vials that had trace elements of the medications that he would have taken for Parkinson's and his stomach issues and everything else. And these are common diseases that I'm sure people all over the world have these problems. But
We
like I
could
said
give a
before,
hint.
it's very compelling and very
It's
interesting.
in a picture. There is more circumstantial. That when you take the premise that it could have been him, those things fit, kind
Right.
of. But it also could fit into another person. But I think that's the let's say fun of researching in this, to find these little things and say, hey, maybe, because the more circumstantial evidence you have, the more credible this evidence gets, kind of. To a certain extent, when you have this much, the probability that that would also fit into a completely random other person gets lower every time.
Yeah.
It's
It's
just
more of the
probability. Yeah.
documentation that really got to me than the
Mhm.
physical evidence, than the circumstantial evidence. It's the documentation, because like all the records from Germany in the 30s and 40s have now been released. The CIA has these records, and they have a grand database where they can type keywords in, and they can pull up any document. There's a lot of things that are redacted from these documents,
Mhm.
but I'll just have to send you the link for the program. I won't get
Yeah, of
too far
course.
into that.
I'm very excited because, as you know, we in Germany we learn about the Holocaust and Second World War in school. When I was, I think, in eighth grade was it? We went to a concentration camp with the whole school because they want us to know as much as we can about it. It is part of our history, if we like it or not. It is.
Right.
And I think that's good because we need that to kind of make progress. I think in Germany we made progress since then when you compare it.
Same
But
thing here with the Civil War.
Mhm.
A lot of schools in the eastern U.S. they take special trips. Our eighth grade trip was to Washington D.C. and
Mhm.
we went to Gettysburg, and you learn a lot about the Civil War and a lot of the horrible things that happened back then.
Mhm.
And yeah, so we can relate with that too.
Yeah, absolutely, because there is the possibility. That is the great thing, Gary, when you have actual skills in critical thinking that are not destructive. Because we, for example, we talk about two very valid possibilities, and we know that either of them could be, and none of that is really that bulletproof evidence. And then we know when we bring kind of evidence, we know it is, if it's just circumstantial, if it's just witnesses telling that, because they have certain credibilities that differ from each other. That is what actual critical thinking and actual conversation about a topic looks like. The shape of the earth is bulletproof.
Not debatable. I mean, debatable, but not
Exactly.
debatable.
Yeah,
It's not
you
winnable from the
can.
other side, is it?
I'm sorry?
What is it?
I would say it's not winnable from the flat Earth side. Like I say, it's debatable, but not
Mm,
debatable because it can't be won from anything other
No.
than the globe side.
yeah. It's just, why debate over if the sky is blue or green? We all know it's
Yeah.
blue. Why spend time debating on that? And if it would
Yeah.
be just something that casual, like the color of the sky, okay, but people really do damage in luring people into flat Earth. So
By the way,
you
Planner Walk
lose more
must
than you
be.
win.
We're all in the northern hemisphere here, so Planner Walk right now, he must be taped to his floor somehow, right? Or taped to his ceiling.
Crazy how gravity works and stuff, right? But the only gravitational lensing, nothing else.
Who
Gary,
wanted to cite gravitational lensing? Who wanted to cite that? Was that Gary?
No. Anthony Riley said
Oh, Riley.
he believes in gravitational lensing, but gravity has nothing to do with things falling to the floor.
I guarantee you, he doesn't even understand what gravitational lensing actually is. If you were to
course.
ask him, what
He
is it?
cited the Eddington experiment for flat Earth proof, kind of. I didn't look deep enough into his comments to understand why he thinks that does prove anything for him, but I was just amazed by the fact that he now says, yeah, gravity does exist, but only gravitational lensing and nothing else.
And I bet you the only reason he did that is because he saw that photo that came out maybe about a year ago of they actually caught a photo of a black hole because they could see the light being gravitationally lensed around it.
CGI.
That's right. That's what but that one's not, right?
Absolutely.
That
It's people. it's people. And yes, some old dude, they don't have any valid evidence. They only complain about the globe model. And the funny thing is, they always say, you know what? Mathematics has nothing to do with reality. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Look at the Higgs boson. The math didn't work for fundamental particles. The math only did work when every particle had mass of 0, which doesn't make sense because we know that those particles have mass. And then Peter Higgs comes along I think in the 60s and said, you know what? Just keep it with 0 on the mass. Just imagine there's another field that gives those particles mass. And over 40 years later, people found it, the Higgs boson and the Higgs field, because the maths showed us that there's something wrong. There are mathematical equations where you can calculate why some animals get stripes and other get dots. There was a British, I can't remember his name, a British mathematician, I think. He thought about that and he came up with these great equations about all of that. And he got sentenced because he was in a homosexual relationship, and back then that was illegal in England. And he actually offed himself because no one would take his publications as valid because he was gay. But in the end, today we know, and we need computers calculating it over multiple days to solve these equations he did by hand. And he found out that it's the same gene. There's just a kind of diffuser going on. And he calculated it. And I think almost 100 years later, just a few years ago, it was proven. Mathematics is reality to a certain extent. It can tell us, hey, something we think we know doesn't check out the way it does. So we need to look at it again. And that is something that is so great because we kind of made that language of mathematics up. How cool is that we made it up, kind of? And it does work so well.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, you idiots.
Right. I was having this conversation with a guy at work
Thank you,
yesterday
Catz.
about the wonderful thing about science is not about proving things. It's about falsifying things. It's about proving things wrong. It's not about being right. It's about what can we prove wrong.
No scientist would ever say we have the truth.
Yeah, right.
It's bullshit, but it's the best bullshit we have right now. And sometimes the bullshit gets replaced with better bullshit. And you know, when you really have proof for flat earth, credible proof, you would be the king in science, because all of science is when someone says, hey, I have a hypothesis that could work, someone else will say, but that opposes my hypothesis, let me test that. And when that one opposing the hypothesis gets the same result, then you are onto something. And then you need many other people and experiments get the same results until it even gets out in public, until anyone will ever say, okay, maybe we have found something here. It's not like someone looks into a microscope and says, Eureka, we found it, and saves the world with it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Movies are not real life.
Die Hard is, though. That was fucking amazing. That has to be real.
Yeah, probably. Some kind of.
You know, why is that? You know, why is that a Christmas movie? Can anybody in the
Hardy
chat
Weinberg,
answer
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
That is that. I don't know why. Is it just because it takes place during Christmas? But for some reason, Die Hard is always on the list of Christmas movies. I don't get that.
And it ruined it for me. It ruined it for me. I'm one of the people who I love Christmas, right? I love Christmas. It's the best time of the year. But when it's not Christmas, watching Christmas things is like talking about what you're going to do on a Friday night when it's a Monday morning. You know, it's depressing. It's a Monday morning. It's not Friday night yet. Let's just get there. And it's the same thing with Christmas. So I don't watch Christmas movies when it's not Christmas because it's not Christmas and it's depressing.
Right.
If Die Hard hadn't taken place at Christmas and been a Christmas movie, I'd be watching it all the time. But I can only watch it at Christmas because it's depressing. Like, am I the only one like that?
No, I'm
No.
right there with you, man. I'm right there with
Yeah,
you.
absolutely. I hate it when you watch reruns of TV shows, and in midsummer there comes the
Christmas episode.
the
Yeah.
episode. Yeah, I'm like, couldn't you just plan that a little bit better? Like, so at least some kind of near Christmas, because it
Yeah.
doesn't fit. I want to hear about a happy family all the year, because it's not true. Most people hate other people during the rest of the year.
I've been rewatching The Goldbergs, which is a sitcom that we have over here. I don't know if you guys have it over there. And I skipped the Christmas episodes just for that, because Catz is right. It's just depressing. Like, Home Alone comes on TV over here all the time. All the time you see it on movie networks, and it's like, why?
I
is a Christmas
don't watch
movie.
much of TV anymore at all, because I have a deep sitting fear of ads. It's really bad when I watch TV and they say, okay, please stay tuned for right after, and in that moment I'm panicked. I search for the remote control to change the channel because I hate it so much. Adverts are so bad. These are things that make me so angry. That's the only reason I have YouTube Premium, because I want to skip all of the ads, but I want to support the creators I like. So I have my private account where I have YouTube Premium, and with the other account, there I watch the Flat Earth stuff, because there I can skip the ads and don't give them money.
Right. Gotcha.
Big red.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. No, but see, that's why I become members, right, and patrons, to support the creators I like.
I'm too poor for that.
By the way,
I don't have a
Catz,
job
I
at
gotta
the
renew my
moment.
membership for you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do that.
You are.
For Catz?
For Catz.
Oh, I don't
okay.
have memberships. I don't have memberships.
Oh, you don't have membership?
No, I don't. I don't membership. I
you
ran a
took them
Patreon
off.
for a
That's
bit.
right.
Yeah, I just took it all off because I wasn't putting the content out, and I refunded all the patrons and stuff. I just shut it all down, and I'm a lot happier now, because if I don't put something out, nobody can whinge. So I just don't put it out. So yeah, I don't do that. Speaking of Christmas films, though, going back to that, I'm a big fan. One of the things that's becoming a big thing in my household is Daddy's Home 2. I fucking love that movie.
Yeah,
Have you seen Daddy's Home 2?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
I don't know this one.
Yes.
John Cena, Mel
John
Gibson.
Cena. Yeah.
Oh, what's he called? The guy who was in Third Rock from the Sun. I've forgotten his name for a second. Who plays Will Ferrell's dad? He was in Third Rock from the Sun. What's his name?
Oh.
Someone in the chat will tell us in a second.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Here's one, John Lithgow.
John Lithgow, that's
Thomas,
it. Yes.
See? I just looked
Glenn
up in the
just got
cast
the-
and said, okay, this one looks old, so he could be a dad.
You got the.
Oh, that's
the
killer from
Yes,
Dexter.
it did. What's my mate?
That's the killer from Dexter. In the Dexter series, he's a killer in one season.
Ah, right. I didn't know.
I will just go on a short break. I'll be back. You'll keep the channel alive and stuff, okay?
So
We'll do it,
related
we'll do it.
to
We'll-
Christmas movies, Macaulay Culkin is back to acting now. He's in American Horror Story this season.
I've
And he
seen,
is
yeah.
good.
Just to
good.
intersect before, because I listened to that. He did just last year post a tweet, this little fucker, and say, hey guys, I'm 40 now. Do you feel old yet? Yes, I did.
God, I did, yeah.
Yeah,
My
I
word.
turned 40 in February, so I'm right there with him.
Wow. Oh, that makes me the oldest person on the stream. No. Oh,
Man.
no.
All right, no, I mean I'm 50.
Thank you. No, I knew you were younger than me. It just hit home. And my God.
It's the gray hair that gives me away.
At least you got her, mate. That's
Fair enough.
at least you got some. My God. Oh, Professor Phil Bell's in the chat. Hey, Professor Phil Bell. What an absolute legend that man is.
Hey,
Big
Professor.
fan of Professor Phil Bell.
Hello, Professor.
And Guy
Charlie
Wabenga
Welch,
has
shout out.
not.
Stable Eagle, shout out. Heat Shield, shout out.
Yeah, Gary, why don't you email Catz then? If you have such a big mouth for a debate,
Liam
go
Wakefield,
ahead,
shout
email.
out.
I put the address in the chat before, twice.
Charlie Welsh is a good guy who's in the chat. He's a big football fan. He knows who Blackburn Rovers are, and he's from America, which, you know, I'll tell you a story about Blackburn Rovers, Charlie. I once went to Australia, must be about 20 years ago, and I was on a beach, and I bought a boomerang, trying to learn how to throw it. And obviously I couldn't throw it, and I threw it, and it went bloody miles away, and nearly hit someone on the beach, and they picked it up and brought it over to me. And as I ran over to them, I said, "Oh, thank you very much." And they said, "Oh, are you English?" I said, "Yeah." They said, "You a football fan?" I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Not Blackburn Rovers by any chance?" And I said, "Yeah." And I thought, that's incredible. I've just met someone on the beach who's guessing. Anyway, honestly, for the next hour and a half, I was thinking, how the hell did they know that? Until I got back to the hotel, went for a wee, looked in the shower, and I've always worn caps. And I was wearing a Blackburn Rovers cap. I thought, how stupid could I be? It was funny at the time.
I'm back.
Hey, Jess,
Shout
you
out
saved me. I was telling the
HF
world's most
also.
boring story.
Oh, too bad.
Charlie
I
Welch
missed
is
it.
a good dude, though. I've been trying to get him to do some work with me for a while, but he's a very busy guy.
Good. I just wanted to mention something. Please don't do it here in the side chat because I'm a little bit drunk and it probably won't work. If someone has any question they wanted to know about me or my sister, who will be part of my first video on my second channel, please let me know. Write a comment, email, whatever. Something not here on the side chat, even on the stream, in the comment section later on. We want to do a kind of Q&A because she said I probably might lie about certain things that I find uncomfortable about me, but she won't. So she will tattoo me. First, she will blindfold me and then tattoo me, and I will only know what it is after it's done for the video. And afterwards, we try to record a little Q&A. So go on DMs, Discord, or comments, whatever. Just ask questions, please. Thank you. Freakso says, Jesse, do you know the average airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? No, but I do know, and that's the most useless fact I know, if elks could speak hypothetically, because of the shape of their esophagus, they wouldn't be able to pronounce the word lasagna. Don't ask me why I know it. I read it somewhere, I fact-checked it, and it somehow is correct, and I cannot forget about it, because why would someone think about that? The most useless thing I know.
Thank you, Heat Shield. Appreciate it.
Thanks. And we all know it now.
Yeah. It's maybe somehow it will be important. Professor.
Yeah, my wife, she always likes to tell me that I'm a plethora of useless knowledge, because I just pick up random shit like that from everywhere and just like to tell anybody that wants to listen.
Yeah, so that's what we call in German a Klugscheißer. Like a smart shitter, where you shit out your smartness everywhere. That's what we call a Klugscheißer.
My wife calls me that
I
all
am
the time.
one, and I hold that title with pride. But just a second. So if you ask the questions here, there's the possibility that I miss some because I have to screenshot them manually, or you just keep them on the comment sections, or you screenshot it yourself and send it to me on Discord. because I can promise you that I will see every question here and screenshot it while talking on stream. So just wanted to say that.
Exactly.
Go on.
Professor Phil Bell said he's become a granddad today. If I've read that right.
Congratulations! Oh my
congrats.
God. It's a very special day.
Right? Good day, good person to share a birthday with, right?
Yeah, and
Definitely.
the plot hole's wife has birthday today too. So
Well,
there
happy
you go.
birthday to happy birthday to Jesse Tantu and Johnny's wife
And Professor Phil
and
Bell's.
Professor Phil Bell's grandson.
Yes. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that was a big.
Yeah, I think that is some time for me to leave. Unfortunately, I have work in the morning as well. Oh, sorry.
It's a very subtle dad. Stop talking.
Yeah, exactly.
It's got to be getting pretty late for you guys, huh?
So yeah, again, happy birthday. Thanks for
Thank you
having
so
me,
much.
and see you all around. And
Of
people in the
course.
chat have a nice rest of the stream. Bye bye all.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Fish paper.
So, and yes, I
then
have
there were
thought
three.
twice about the idea with the tattoo. I think it's a great idea because I don't think my little sister would have the courage to fuck me over with a tattoo.
Is she a tattoo artist?
No, she just started. She is very creative and she can draw the greatest things. And at some point she said, hey, maybe I want to design some tattoos. And I showed it to my boyfriend's tattoo artist. And he was directly on board and said, hey, if she wants to, let her come here and work for a bit. She is talented. And so my boyfriend gifted her to her 18th birthday a tattoo kit, the whole thing.
Oh, that's cool.
As an investment in our future, so we would save money on tattoos later on, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
And I have here the Deathly Hollows tattoo she did, and the whole upper arm is by my little sister. This was the very first E = MC squared. It was her very first time tattooing human skin. And the last one is that paper plane I have here, and the lines are getting so much better. She's really good.
My mom's roommate, she is an incredible artist. She does oil paintings mainly, but she bought a tattoo kit a while back, and I've been trying to. I told her, I said, look, man, you're such a good artist. Here, just go to work. You know? But she's afraid to do it because she's afraid she's gonna hurt me. I said, don't worry about that. They're supposed
That's
to hurt.
part of the fun, yeah.
Yeah.
But my sister, she was scared because it's permanent. It's not like on a paper where you can just erase that one stroke and start again.
Right. Yeah.
That's
well,
why I said I'd wear that with pride when her first tattoo. If that's not perfect and a little bit squiggled lines and stuff, that's fine. It's the first tattoo, and my little sister did it. And it's a great story, and I don't care if it's not perfect because it's from her.
Right.
If it was a professional artist and that shit's fucked up, that's a different story, I think. But I think it's more personal like this.
Too right. The fact it doesn't matter what it turns out like. It's like a bond between you and your sister, isn't it? She's done that, and you've allowed her to do it, and whatever it is, it's like, you know, this is a family thing, you know.
And
so
for her, it's a
more than what it
compliment.
says. Yeah,
it's trust. I have trust in her because I let her do this, and she knows that I'm not just saying, yeah, you can draw very well. When she draws something, I said, yeah, cool, let's tattoo it on me. That's one of the greatest compliments you can get. When you draw something and someone else wants it permanently on their body forever.
Yeah.
And yeah, she hit me up and asked if she can do that for a video. So why not?
That's brilliant.
That's cool. I'll be tuning in.
Yeah, that's cool. I maybe post the link to the second channel.
While you're doing that, ich hole mir ein Bier.
Jo, sehr gut. Ja, bis gleich.
Danke.
I'm so sorry, Frank. We will stop now with our secret language.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You know, I would love to learn a little myself. You know, with my grandma coming from Denmark, I heard a lot of it growing up, but she kind of spoke broken German and Danish, which are very similar languages.
Yeah,
But,
absolutely.
yeah. I would love to learn a little bit.
Yeah, it's really cool. I think just languages themselves, and English and German are pretty similar. I think around 600 years ago, we basically spoke the same language. Afterwards, they evolved into different languages, but we have the same basis. The
Right.
Old English, in German we call it Angelsächsisch. It's the same language basically, and we share still similar terms. I at the moment every now and then try to learn some Latin. I always wanted to learn Latin. I know that language, but I want to. And there's so many words we still use today in English and in German. So
yeah,
they're
I was
similar.
just about to bring up Latin because it's funny because you know Latin turned into Italian, which turned into Spanish almost. Italian and Spanish are very, very close.
Yeah, I heard the actual
and
Latin back then. What they spoke is more close to today's Romanian than to actual Italian.
Huh.
Yeah, I didn't know that
it's
either.
weird because you actually call South Americans Latin Americans. So, you know, that's I always thought that was a little weird, but it's interesting because I've been listening to a lot of Italian stuff lately, and it's very very similar to.
It's a beautiful language.
It is very much.
It's not like German. I mean, German isn't as a hard language as people made it out to be. You can make every word sound harsh when you scream it.
Yeah,
because they always say butterfly, farfalla, Schmetterling. Yeah. But I can also say Schmetterling, butterfly, farfalla. When I pronounce it that way, it sounds harsh. In Germany, no one talks like this.
I see those YouTube shorts where they compare the languages, and they're always just like the Germans.
German. We pronounce the letters. Mostly, we pronounce all of them, and we pronounce the beginning and the end. That's why people always think that Germans don't speak as fluid. When I'm a little bit more tired, you hear it sometimes in my videos that I stop sometimes between words. Because in German, when I say, I don't know, thank you so much for watching, it would be vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen. We pronounce all of the vowels in the beginning and in the end. That's why German doesn't sound as fluid. But when you go more into the dialects of the people, for me,
camera just died. Hang on.
Oh no. Battery. Okay. Because when we go into the dialects in Swabia, where I am, we always say we swallow half of the words. We're pretty lazy with pronouncing words. When I say, Guten Tag, wie geht's dir? Was machst du heute? In Swabian, it would be, hey, wie geht's, was machst? We just smush it all together. And it's almost a different language, but it is more fluid. But German is more harsh, but not as bad as people think.
And that second one you said, it was so much. Oh, sorry, Frank.
No, I was just saying, I was telling her that I would love to learn some of it because of where my family came from.
Oh, there's a telescope. Nice.
Oh, quality. No, the way you said that the second time over, like even though I know the words are quite basic, I couldn't. Obviously the first time I could make that out quite clearly, but the second time, I was like, what? So
because we say machst du, the verb with the personal pronoun, we smoosh together. We don't say was machst du, we say was machst. the sh in the end is basically the do, which
Mm.
technically doesn't make sense. That's why the people I know, I have one friend here, she's from Poland, and she learned most of her life German in school. And then she came here and said, you know what's fucked up? No one speaks German here, because we're so deep into our dialect that people don't understand other people when we are not at least trying to speak more the Hochdeutsch.
Yeah.
I took some Spanish in high school, and what drove me crazy about that language, and I've been starting to learn more of it because I work with a lot of Spanish speaking people. But what drives me crazy about that language is it doesn't translate to English very well at all. Because like if you say the door is open, and you would say it in Spanish as open the door is. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is German like that as well? Like
It's like
is
Yoda
it-
speak. Yoda speak. I find a big difference. Yeah, the word order thing took me a long time to get used to. I don't know what it was like for you, Jesse, going the other way. And obviously, I'm still
Not
very
really,
much a
I
beginner,
think.
so maybe I'm going to struggle. But I did find the word order thing really difficult.
German is a difficult language. It just is. We have so many different tenses and ways of conjugating a verb, and then there's that person, and this person gets all of the the articles. In English, you have the. We have der, die, das. It's female, male, and neutral. And it's just random placed on objects. It's randomly. A bus is male, der Bus. The sun is female and the moon is male. In most other languages, it's la luna. It's female, the moon, and the sun is male. And in German, it's just randomly, okay, that's male, that's not. Funnily enough, human is male, not neutral, and girl is neutral. It's das Mädchen.
Yeah.
The
Doesn't
same
make
thing in
sense.
Spanish. Same thing in Spanish. They have la and el. You know,
Mhm.
Doors are feminine. La puerta.
Mhm.
I guess in a certain context you could say puerto. But and then there was another example I had, but I just forgot it. Too much to drink. Anyways, carry on.
That was the goal. Congratulations.
My summing up of German, and Jesse, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I very well might be wrong, right? Because I'm still getting to grips with myself. But even just the word "the," if I want to say the computer, right, I could say the computer, right? But if I'm talking about using the computer, then I have to say Dame computer. Or if I'm going to give the computer to somebody, right, I've got to say Dame computer. And you think,
yeah, because
what the fuck's
we have
going
different
on?
causes. It's the genitive, dative, and accusative. It's not the gender that changes of that object, but in context, when I give it to someone and I ask whose computer is that, then the article changes, which is totally dumb. I know. I had to learn it. As a German, I had no idea what the hell a cause is. I barely know today. Mostly I know is because Catz asked me questions about why is this in German, and I had to Google it. Because as a native speaker, you don't know about the rules. When I say, okay, how do you build simple present? Or do you know how the tense you're talking about is called? Most of you would say, I don't know. Because as a native speaker, you just know what word to use because you know what to say. You do it automatically. And I learn about German the most by other people asking me stuff about German, because German is freaking crazy. I know.
Now, I've heard you
It's
say
very,
before,
very
so
difficult.
you're Swabian, right?
Hmm.
So like your German wouldn't be like on the other side of the country the same German that those people would speak. like in America, our dialect.
People from the north don't understand us here when we are in our dialect. Linguistically speaking, people say that Swabian and Bavarian counts almost as a different language, because we have really sometimes completely different words from what Hochdeutsch uses, the normal German. But we in the south, we can understand almost everyone in Germany. But the people from the north, they don't know what we're talking about. So our knowledge of German is one directional. I have to speak Hochdeutsch when I'm interacting with people that are not from here, because they have no idea what I'm talking about. Because we shorten words, we use completely different words. I always use the example, a towel for drying is in German ein Abtrockentuch, to dry. And we make of Abtrockentuch Adrickelfetzen. It's a completely different word. And when I went into school, I didn't know that was what I was speaking wasn't German. I didn't know. I thought everyone would talk like this. And when I went to school, I was at first very bad at German because I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, that's weird, because where, like, for instance, where I live, we call soft drinks pop. You go 600 miles to the east and they call it soda.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I suppose that's a little similar.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
It intrigues me though, because like in the UK we have lots of different dialects and lots of different accents are crazy for such a small place. The variation in accents you get for such a small place is amazing. But from what I've learned from you, when you move over to America, the variation in the dialect rather than the accent is, you're a bigger country. You get these much different dialects where you are. But then when you go over to America, I'm sure you've got like different accents, but you're a much bigger country. It amazes me that the spread of dialects isn't quite as big as Germany. Like you could go. I'm sure you could go from one place to another.
Because the country is very young. The language in America hadn't time to evolve that much. Look, how old is the country of England? That small country is so old compared to the US. They overrun an old country and made a new one. But everyone there did speak the same language. And everyone there almost evolved the language the same. Because from saying, okay, that's our unified language, to let's evolve in different changes, different directions, they hadn't that much time as, for example, in Germany. The different parts of Germany are dated back many thousands of years. These little groups of people that were unified to different countries until it was Germany. So there's much more culture and old language influencing the new language. When they unified the language German, that's why we have the different dialects, because that is the rest from the old languages before they unified it, because the people then, they had to learn another language, so they just smooshed it together so they could kind of understand each other. And that's how all of these different accents and different words in some cases evolved. America is just such a young country, they just hadn't had time.
We do have several accents, like, so it took me a long time. I used to talk like this a lot with a nice thick southern drawl, but it took me a long time to get out of that. And so now I speak more like a Californian rather than an Ohioan or a Tennessean or a West Virginian or whatever.
You take that on.
And like in Minnesota, that's how they would say Minnesota. So like it's in Louisiana, they have very, very unique accent down there. It's I can't even I can't even imitate it, but it's very unique.
yeah, I think it's just interesting because even for me, I speak with a Swabian accent in German. That's why I decided I start my channel in English, because I had to learn how to talk online anyways, because I couldn't have done it in Swabian. Because when I hear Swabians talking with me, it sounds to me like our normal language. But when I see someone speaking in Swabian on TV, I always think, oh my God, no wonder everyone thinks we're just stupid little farmers. We sound like that because, in on TV there's a certain dialect or a certain way of speaking that language that is unified. And when you in that surrounding hear someone speaking a kind of accent, then you just hear the difference from the normal language to the accent. I don't know, is it the same in English when you see someone on TV who gets interviewed from a certain part, and that's how you see, okay, that accent is actually different, but you don't experience it like in real life when you talk to people.
Yeah, in England, the accents just are different everywhere. Like they are, even though it's such a small place, you could drive 50 miles and you expect a completely different accent. But within each little community, there are people who speak with such a very strong version of that accent that you think, oh, what are you doing? And that is quite comical. But and so I relate to what you're saying with that. But yeah, the amount of accents we get over here is incredible. I used to work in a school 20 miles away, and I'd drive to that school, and the kids would speak with a different accent. It's 20 miles away. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's here the same. We always make the joke in Swabia, every family has their own accent. And funnily enough, some words are from English. In Swabian, the old Swabian, my grandpa, he didn't say five in German. He didn't say fünf. He said, bringst du mir 5 Äpfel? Because the word five is in the old dialect from before it was German and English apart from each other.
Wow.
Which I thought is very interesting.
That was very interesting.
Yeah, I really like languages. Yeah, go on.
The more I'm learning, the more I'm interested in how they've separated, how they've diverged, and we've spoken offline before about the guy on YouTube who talks about how Old English has diverted into different languages and stuff, and his channel's amazing. I wish I could remember what his channel was called, but he'll do videos where he speaks in like 13th century English, and it sounds like German. You can't understand it.
I think I know him. I have to check because I think I watch him too. Because he was talking in Old English, and he had a quiz with an Australian, and German, and he said sentences, and people should just come up with what they think that means. And I with German, English, and a little bit of Latin, most of the time I was right. And that was so crazy to me that little knowledge I have in Latin. But it still helps me even today when I think about English and German, for example. Dormium means sleeping. And in English, you say, oh, yeah, let me go to the dorm. That's the same word. That's where people sleep. Or in Harry Potter, Severus Snape. Severus is Latin and means serious, or a very harsh parent. That's called Severus. And every time I learn a new word, I'm like, oh, that's why. And I get so excited, and no one cares about when I say, hey, babe, you know what? And you're like, I don't care. It's very interesting that we use some words till this day of a language that doesn't exist anymore. That's over 2,000 years since that has been spoken like that. And we still use some words today. I think it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of English words are not only derived from Latin but Greek as well.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all the emperors back then, they forced their language onto the people. They mixed it with their own language. I really think that at some point in a few thousand years, we will have some kind of almost unified language. Because in German, we use very much what we call Anglizismen, English words that we use as German. So we just use them, pronounce it in a German way, and call it ours, basically. And because English is the language you use in the world when you go into a country that you don't know the language of. In most countries, people speak English. And so we just use it because, for example, we use the word lockdown. Because what would you call it in German? We don't have a word for it in that sense. We would just describe it. And so we take those words because in the media, it's all from America and England. It comes and everyone takes a little bit of this and gives a little bit of that to another language. And at some point, I think we will have some kind of almost unified language because globalization just needs it at some point.
Yeah. No, I could definitely see
Globalization
that happen.
causes it. Sorry, Frank. Go.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah, I think so.
I think globalization not just needs it, but I think globalization causes it. I think the internet, the way that, like, us three now, we're all in different countries. We're all communicating with each other. We're not the only ones. Everybody of the world is communicating with people or watching movies or listening to music from people from the cultures or seeing it on the news and picking up languages. And over time, everyone's going to pick up terms. And that's how things evolve. And you're right, language is going to pick up stuff which are going to get closer. They're not going to diverge anymore. They are going to get closer, close enough.
Thanks to the internet.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I think back then that's why German and English evolved separate from each other, because you couldn't just call someone and say, hey, what's up? It was very hard to pick up someone's culture or some words of someone else's language and integrate it in your own language. But now it's way easier because that's why every old person ever, and what I will say when I'm old about my grandchildren, I will also say, I have no idea what you're talking about. What are these words? Because they come from a different language. They use it in a different way. Because we use the word safe, for example, when we say, are you sure? Can we do that? Yeah, safe. I know technically it would be sure what we should use in that context. But in German, it translates to safe. Ja, ich bin mir sicher. Literally, you would translate it, or could translate it with safe or sure, because in German, it's that one word that means both. And so we use basically contextually the right word, but grammatically the wrong word. And that is now kind of a German word in urban language. And at some point, the urban language will get into the normal language, because when everyone uses it, why try to keep it from becoming part of it when anyone's using it anyway?
American English is always evolving in the strangest ways too. I heard my kids the other day use this word drip. You like my drip? I'm like, yeah.
Hello, fellow kids.
What's going on? But no, that means their clothing, their outfit. Yeah. You like my drip?
Swag.
You like my
it was swag prior to drip. They called it. You like my swag?
Right. Yeah. Back in the 90s, that was our thing. It was our swagger. That's a swag. But yeah, it's crazy how much language evolved in such short periods of time. And I think you guys are totally right that I don't even think it's going to take 1,000 years. I think in just now, I mean, look at this. We're three people. I'm in Middle America. You guys are 6,000 miles away, 4,000 to 6,000 miles away, and we're having a conversation.
But I can show you so many people from Germany. We call it Denglish, the German English, especially our politicians. That's why in my first videos I just read from a script, because I have some kind of PTSD. I have these fears of sounding like those people where everyone says, "Oh my God, Germans." Mostly it's just Germans that cringe when other Germans speak English. But the one of the ministers, he was like, "Yes, and we all sit in one boat and we all sit under one umbrella." This I always think, oh my God, at least try. And I think to a certain extent it will take time. Because
my grandmother, she always used to say when I was growing up, my favorite quote from my grandmother was, she would go, "Stupid Americans." You know, I can't do a German accent, but imagine it in German/Danish accent. "Stupid Americans. I don't know why they call it hamburger. It's made from beef. Shouldn't they call it beef burger? You stupid Americans."
ask the stupid Englishman here, where we were talking about German things that are used in English, and Mr. 42 said, "Yeah, hamburger, for example." And Catz was like, "Really?" And we were like, "Yeah, ever heard of the city Hamburg?" And it was again such a big moment that we wished we had recorded you, Catz, because we
was,
had some fun drinking beer with Catz. Right?
I was
Oh, it
making
was
I
amazing.
Pedro made a lot of mistakes.
But they were cute. It was cute. It's like when my boyfriend was one time with us with the German learners, because he doesn't speak English very well.
He's a
And
good guy.
so
by the
he
way,
forced
said,
us to keep on speaking German. So it was cool. We had a lot of fun. He had a lot of fun. And my boyfriend went down and get another beer. And Catz said in German, "Oh, I really like him," and asked right after, "Did that sound gay?" And I had to laugh so hard. It's always fun with Catz. Always.
You never know. I do have a question, genuine question for you, right? Genuine question. So,
Bring it on.
and this is confusing me, right? If I was to ask you what the German word for pig was, you would say
Schwein.
Right. But if I would say to you, what does kein Schwein war da means, what would you say?
No pig was there.
No pig was there. Right. See, I was watching.
No
there we
pig
go. I
was
was
there.
watching-
It's what kind. That's when you say when you invite all of your friends and no one shows up, you will say kein Schwein war da. Not even a pig was there. That's kind of the expression.
So you do hear that.
You
as
call
being
your
pig.
friends pigs because they stood you up.
Right, because I'd heard that translated as not a single person was there, and I was like, well, how does that become, yeah?
It's like
kein Schwein haben
in
mir geholfen.
English you say, and then shit hits the fan. Translated to German, und dann kommt Scheiße auf den Ventilator. It doesn't make sense when you translate it word by word, because it's just very specific for a certain language. We in Germany, we have this, and you can get t-shirts with it, with the expressions from German, but translated word by word into English. Like, "Oh, I'm sorry, my English is not the yellow from the egg." Because it's a German expression, but when you translate it word by word, it sounds so stupid. And you can get even t-shirts with it, because when you annoy me, I would say, "You go me on the cookie." That's
Go me on
I
the
don't know
cookie.
how, but yeah, "Du gehst mir auf den Keks." I don't know why it is, but that is an expression. And we Germans, when we translate it to English, then you can see how dumb that must sound to another person.
That is wild.
Yeah, I think it's fun just to translate these phrases you use every day as a metaphor or something like that, you know. It's just funny because everyone has their different, or sometimes it was really from hundreds of years ago when people were just farmers. That's where this not even a pig was there kind of comes from.
Right.
It's always it fits to the history of the country, and that's why I think it's very funny to translate them into a different language that you kind of know, because it makes it even more funny to think about these expressions like
What's
that. Do you have a bird?
What's Charlie Welch saying there? Is that another football player, Catz?
Bastian Schweinsteiger. Oh yeah, he was a good one. He was a good one.
Okay.
I think Charlie Welch was a very good footballer. From like a good guy. I've spoken to him on Twitter. He's a sound bloke. I believe he was a
Thank you
good
so much,
football player in his own
CMDR
time.
Dark Light. Go on. If football is good, and it's called football, not soccer, okay? It's football and American football.
I totally respect when I speak to Europeans. I will call it football. I promise.
It is
However-
becoming known as soccer over here as well. Like it is, we do. If someone said soccer over here, even though we mainly call it football, it's not like what you're saying. It's like soccer.
Catz,
having
Catz,
a game of
look at
soccer with
this.
mates.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I live in a big soccer city. In Columbus here, our team, the Columbus Crew, they won the MLS title last year or the year before, I believe. And I know the MLS is kind of a joke to the rest of the footballing world, but yeah, it was kind of a proud moment for us here. And you know, we're a big football, American football city here. We have the Ohio State Buckeyes. They're one of the Ohio State University is one of the best universities in the country, and their football team is always top notch. And they unfortunately lost their second game this year, so they're not doing too good. But my Cincinnati Bengals are doing great. Give me a shout out in the chat if you're a Cincinnati Bengals fan. I don't expect to see any, but who knows? Let's see.
But that's also such an American thing, these college and high school sports that are these huge events. We don't even have those possibilities of doing these kinds of sports during school. And no one would ever, when they don't have children or friends there, to go to a football game of children or teenagers. That's just, it's not that kind of a culture
Right
here, which I think is sad. I think it would be really cool because it would push more younger people to go into sports when there was some kind of attention surrounding it by people that are not your immediate family, when they have to, basically. I think it's cool.
As a teacher, I think that's missed from the UK. Like you have, when you're taking kids from being kids to like 18-year-old young adults, you know, you get them from primary schools, get them from 6-year-olds, you know, you're having them through those formative years. Certainly in the UK, the UK education system is about academic achievement, and the PE teachers are fighting a losing battle because obviously they look at, well, you know, let's take you out of you know, not take you out of lessons, but you know, we'll take you out of school after the school is finished, and we'll do these extracurricular activities, but they're never ever recognized as much as the academic achievements inside the school. And I'm not saying that one's better than the other, but if you're going to produce well-rounded individuals, you know, you have to accept that it's not all about academia. You want well-mannered, well-rounded kids who are healthy and intelligent. And the UK education system, I'm getting my soapbox now, but the UK education system has to become a bit more like the American one, where we take these school sports more seriously, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Even in Germany too, as I said, we don't have any of that, like theater kids and whatever. There's maybe some kind of club where 4 people out of the whole school will be there, and everyone will hate it there because there's no kind of culture behind it. And even our school system is so old. It was to produce humans that know enough to work, but not more, so they don't ask too much questions or want to climb up the ladder. But today, we know the system we have, capitalism, doesn't work. The richer are getting even more rich, and the poorest people get even more poor. We know capitalism doesn't work, at least not without any kind of control behind it. To just put a top on it and says, okay, you're rich enough now, you can give back. And with more AI and whatever, people will at some point not have a job anymore. And the system we have now, that you only get enough money to live when you work, won't work for long, because at some point there will be AI and we need some form of, I'm sorry, Americans, communism that helps us in that. We don't need to be a communistic country or world, but we need some kind of ideas from these different ways to just have a society going within a country. Every system, even a dictatorship, in theory, would be a good thing when you would have someone at the top making the decisions that would be really good for the people. But people that are dictators don't want that. They want just to have more power over people. Communism would be a great idea, but the way that people practice it today is more like, we don't give anyone a chance to get property or to gain something more than other people. They want to keep it for the state. Democracy is great in theory, but the way that, for example, the votes in America aren't really fair with the people. You vote and they go and vote again, and it's weird counting system, not by how many people voted, but by the guys that voted. It's convoluted, and in the end the popular vote should be the one deciding and not this other weird vote. So every system of building a society has its benefits. And just to say, no, we need only this, we need only capitalism, we know it doesn't work. We need some kind of thing from communism, that everyone will have enough money, even if they're not needed to work, because the system will change. But the people in power are afraid to change something, because when they change too much, next legislative period, that's what I was searching for, people won't vote them again, because people are afraid of change. We know that. And there's this horrible demonizing, and sorry again, Americans, but in America it's more amplified. It's the same discussion here too, but in America it's more amplified because America is more split. You are
We're so divided.
two-party. Yeah, you are a two-party country, so everyone is divided. And I think it's, for us, it's so fun that people, when you say, hey, we need more healthcare for everyone, no, that's communism. No. It's this demonizing, it's here also, but the way we do things now isn't working. Why are people so afraid to change anything? I don't get it.
I hate the words Democrat, Republican, left, right. I hate that. I fall dead smack in the middle, of all of that. I don't want to get into all of it, but yeah.
It's not that clean cut as people think it is.
Yeah.
I've got some opinions. Sorry, Frank.
No, go for it.
No, sorry. I keep interrupting you. I apologize, man. I really don't mean to.
Not at all. I was just gonna ramble. Go ahead.
No, honestly, crack on, mate. I'm sorry. I feel really bad. It must be
really. Is that now a debate of no, please you, no, please you? Talk, someone.
Okay, I'm gonna mute. How about that?
Now you have two cats.
Okay. So no, I've got some opinions that some people would say, oh, that makes you right wing, or even some opinions a bit like, oh, that makes you far right wing. But I've got other opinions that some people would say, oh, you far left, or you left, So I'm just be frank on that. I'm not down with the I'm left, I'm right, and this the other. I don't like that, because there's a whole huge range of topics, and on each of those topics, you can be left or right or whatever. Yeah. And like there are some things that if I said, "Oh, I've got this opinion," I'm sure a lot of my subscribers would be like, "Oh, I don't agree with that." You must be a right winger.
That's fine. That's
But it's
fine,
not.
people. You don't have to agree with everything another person says.
Right.
Having a different opinion is nothing bad. If someone is racist, that's a different point. But
Yeah.
different opinions are not like, oh my God, how dare you? Just to intersect. I think
No,
it's
you're right.
good,
Yeah.
even though when you have a different idea or opinion
I'm
about
all
some
for-
things.
For instance, like people owning guns. Where I grew up, I kind of grew up in a rough town. I
Mhm.
own a weapon myself. I hunt. I have rifles. I have a
Mhm.
handgun. And then also, I'm all for universal health care. I think that should be a thing too. So that puts me on both sides of the spectrum. So
It is.
where can we find that common ground?
In Germany is the problem at the moment, or at least that's how I perceive it, that the division in left and right is because of the right. Because our right-wing party, they always claim they are not right, they are just the people's middle ground. And when you have left and right, and the right people claim they are in the middle, automatically everyone else is left. Everyone else is automatically, oh, you're leftist. And they always scream, oh, Germany is completely going left. How dare they? And it's actually not. It just seems like it when you, as a right-wing person, think you are in the middle. That's where, and I think it's at least to a certain extent in America too, because all of the right-wing people always say, no, we're not. Everyone else is just too far left. And it seems like it because your frame of reference is when you think you are in the middle, of course, everyone else must be far on the left, but you're not on the middle, you are right. The ideas sometimes are still the same as 20 years ago, but the right, they position them more in the middle, and that way it seems like everyone is so leftist, which is not the case, which I think is very interesting what happens in all of that.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's really, yeah. I just don't like the label of you're left, you're right. Just like you said, because it's such a manipulative term. In the UK at least. Okay, so anyone in the UK who's watching, if somebody said, "Oh, I'm definitely a right winger," immediately you get connotations of racist, xenophobic, that kind of thing, and
Because that's how it's portrayed.
yeah, and you sort of, I mean, I've got certain views that some people might think are right wing. I've got certain views that some people might think are left wing. But I'm not a racist or a xenophobic, and I'm not an SJW either, on the other side. And so, to me, it's not helpful to say that somebody is in a category where all the beliefs are in one position.
And it's not consistent.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That is
right
the
there with
problem.
you.
Yesterday I was a little bit high on my THC medication, I admit, but I had a thought, and when you're high, sometimes those thoughts aren't very productive. But this one was, and I wrote it down because and it ties into the whole a different opinion is completely wrong, but on other things it's okay somehow. When you have or when you get manipulated by the media to believe vaccines are dangerous and you are an anti-vaxxer. People, yes, they condemn you, but to a certain extent they say, hey, we just want you to know that's how it is. And when people say, oh, hey, I was wrong, it's fine. They say, yeah, you just got manipulated. It happens. You didn't want to get the wrong information or the one connotation to those words. But when you get manipulated by the media to have some certain racist traits, you won't get manipulated to be a racist. But some people think that here, for example, it's not racist to have braids or something, because here's everyone allowed to. But through the media, people get manipulated in thinking for a white person, it's totally fine to say this. And when a person of color goes to them and say, hey, actually, it's not because A, B, and C, because as a white person, sometimes you just don't know. You don't live the experience. Sometimes you say insensitive things because you don't know. Why is it okay? And I'm not saying the N-word. There is also a spectrum. Being a racist is something different. But
Right.
sometimes I also say insensitive things because I don't know about everyone's perspective. But when someone says, hey, Jesse, that's not really cool, I say, okay, I'm so sorry because that's not my intention. But when you get manipulated by the media to think or to say this thing is fine, and you say that I'm sorry, but I thought that was okay, that is condemned. Then you're a racist and you could never be forgiven. But with another thing like vaccines, the same situation, you got exactly the same manipulated by the media because people plant it in your head that when you're alone on the street as a woman and there comes a person of color, you have to change the side because it could be dangerous. That doesn't mean that people think all of them are dangerous, but that's the perception. Even when you know it's not, you get that hammered in your brain and you have to actively fight that. Because here in Germany, after the whole refugee thing, people made them out to be the worst people, and it's just not true. But even when you know that, you see an article here, you see people screaming it there, somehow unconsciously that gets in your brain. And I walk on the street and I see someone and I want to change the lane. But I say, no, why would I? I wouldn't do it with another person. That's horrible. But that gets ingrained in your mind. In the end, one thing people say, oh, yeah, sorry, it happens. Now you know. But on another end, they say, no, you should have always known. I don't care, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? There's certain levels that's okay, that's not. Why is it not okay for a white person to say, sometimes I don't know that these things could be offensive to another person because I don't live that experience. That's why people say white people shouldn't have or shouldn't tell people of color to say, oh, don't be mad about it. What do I know? I don't experience it. So you cannot think that I have to know every single word that could be interpreted as offensive. Educate people. When they do it again, then you can get pissed off. Okay.
Bingo.
But
You took it right out of my
don't get
mouth.
the
I was going to
change.
say, instead of going from 0 to angry, educate.
Yeah. And in today's day and age, it's something so horrible to not know something. And especially when you think about that in different countries, some things are not as offensive as in other countries. Like I said, in America, it's offensive for a white person to have box braids or cornrows or whatever. Here, it's not a problem because people of color are allowed to have that hairstyle in the job. In America, I understand why it's not okay because white people are allowed to work with box braids in, but people of color aren't. That's horrible. But braids are not cultural appropriation. I'm sorry. Braids are fucking braids. It is a hairstyle.
Right.
The old Celtics had braids. But when I live as a German living in Germany would have braids and make an English video, I would get shit because people don't care if I come from that culture where it is inappropriate. Here it isn't.
I hear that a lot over here. My wife, 15 years ago, she used to get braids done, and my cousin is a really talented hairstylist, and she can't do that anymore because the girls at her work will, they like to throw around that cultural appropriation thing now, and it's like almost the only time that it's acceptable for. It's so funny because like the only time that it's acceptable now for a white person to have braids in their hair is if they're a cage fighter. That's
and that's horrible. It's a hairstyle. When I take everything from African culture and say, no, that's mine. Okay, that's a different story. But it's a hairstyle. There is such a thing as cultural appropriation, but not everything is. And there was this makeup artist from Italy, I think. She makes TikToks where she transforms herself into other celebrities. She puts the contour and the highlight at certain points that her face shape, she looks like those superstars like Taylor Swift, Michael Jackson. There's this TikToker, I don't know, Kabe Lamar or something is he called. He makes this meme where he always goes like, maybe I've seen him, and he's a person of color. And this makeup artist, as she did with every superstar, she transformed herself as him. And all the Americans lost their shit and said, that's blackface. No, it's not blackface. No one of those people is American. Blackface was a huge thing during slavery in America. Blackface wasn't that huge of a deal in different countries. I know why it is offensive in America, but she didn't use it to make fun of anyone. Wouldn't it be racist to say, I do my makeup, I transform myself only into white people, but I don't do it to people of color because they have a different skin color? Why treat them different? If you use it to make fun of them, then you have a point. Absolutely, because that's not okay. To paint your face black and make fun of people of color, right. That's not okay. But there are different levels about it. But people don't have levels anymore. Everything you do when you're a grown-up, when you are 40 and you have a girlfriend that is 20, exploitation. You're taking advantage. Not everything is always bad. Internet, Twitter is the worst thing that could happen to humanity.
You know, 25 years ago, Robert Downey Jr. was in a film called Tropic Thunder, where he was in blackface in that movie. Okay, now he is literally the world's biggest movie star. So so why? I don't really know where my point was going to go there, but
it's context.
Robert Downey Jr.
It's context.
Yeah, context matters absolutely.
Yeah. The character Robert Downey Jr. was playing wasn't to mock black people because he had blackface. The character he was playing was to ridicule himself because it was such a ridiculous fucking thing to do. So he was playing basically an idiot who thought what he did was a good idea. And nobody looked at him thinking, you're mocking black people. Everyone looked at him in that movie thinking, you're a fucking idiot. And he was taking the mick out of himself. You know, that's what I took from the film.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's the same with, and that's a harsher example. And I know people have different opinions. That's fine. When PewDiePie said the N-word during the stream, it was horrible. It was a stupid fucking thing to say, and he should never have done it. And he should have, or he was held accountable for it. Absolutely. But saying something once doesn't make a Nazi or a racist. You're an idiot. The same with Brainy Beaver. He's an idiot because he said it, but that doesn't make a racist.
Exactly.
Context
I got a perfect
matters.
example of that.
Stupid fucking thing to say, but there is a difference. And I hate it because for us Europeans, the N-word, it's still a bad word, but it doesn't hold as much negativity to it as in America. Like when also Brainy Beaver said to Nate the lawyer, boy, for people that are not US Americans, that just means boy. It has no racist connotation for us because that's the experience of your country. Why claim that he is a racist when he is not American? That word in his language or his interpretation of this language doesn't have this connotation. You cannot claim that it was meant racist just because he said it to a person of color. Right. There's a difference.
Yeah, over here. So I'm a big NASCAR fan, a racing fan, and Kyle Larson, who right now is the hottest driver in the sport. He was on. So they have a thing called iRacing, which is simulation racing, where you sit in a simulator and you can race with other people around the world. He dropped an N-bomb in there. He lost his ride all of last season in NASCAR and his paycheck and all of that just because he said something stupid. But now he's been given another chance. He's redeemed himself. He's back. and now he's about to win a championship. He's the winningest driver this year. You know,
Yeah, he
and
made a mistake. He learned about it. He didn't do it again. Fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get so angry you want to say the worst thing possible, and that is in some cases the N-word, because it has so much negativity about it. And
didn't
yes,
even say it in
that's why you
anger.
shouldn't use it. But when you are angry, sometimes you just want to spew it out. You don't say it to a person, and still it's not an excuse. It just shows you that the person is not a racist. They are an idiot.
Right.
Absolutely. You shouldn't say that. I agree. There are also certain ideas about that people have about racism that I don't think are racist. But as a white person, that's not my place to say if it is or not. So I respect the people of color that say, hey, for us it is. I don't do that thing. I don't say that thing. But I still can say I kind of disagree, but that's not my place to decide if it's okay or not. I have maybe my opinion, but I can respect the people that's affecting. They have more to say in this than me as a white person that doesn't have this problem or the experience. So I can disagree and still respect your opinion on that. Because I don't have your experience. I don't have to know. When my boyfriend says, hey, babe, I really don't like when you do ABC. Okay, for me, it's maybe not a problem. Like when you're jealous and you say, hey, I don't want my wife every other weekend sleeping with sleeping with her best friend somewhere. She thinks maybe, yeah, but it's fine, nothing happens. But you respect each other, even though you have a different opinion. Say, okay, if you don't like it, I don't do it. You don't always have to 100% agree to respect another person's position.
Right.
You know what kind of shit I got on Twitter when I disagreed with a person of color? It had nothing to do with racism or anything. But on Twitter, everything ends in racism.
Of course.
Once I posted something where I said, oh, I'm so fucking white, I never get the right foundation shade for me. And someone said, how dare you saying this when people of color can get their shade because of racism? I said, yeah, but I don't still. In my case, it's not because of racism. I never claimed that. But I still don't get the same shade for my skin tone. We have the same problem, but a different cause for that problem. One is racism, one is just no one is as white as you, so why bother, basically. I never claimed it. But these are very specific problems people of color have because of racism. But when I, as a white person, dare say I have a similar problem, not even connecting it to that, not even in response to a person of color saying that, that's insensitive. Of course, when someone says, hey, because of racism, I can get that. And I, as a white person with all the privilege, say, yeah, me too. That's not the same. I just vented it out and people made it a racism thing. Because people nowadays think when you're not exactly thinking like me, you are a horrible person. Completely. You don't agree that braids are cultural appropriation? Nazi. How disrespectful to the victims of actual Nazis.
Yes.
To claim every different opinion is that thing. How is that okay?
Totally not. Totally not. And, you know, going back to vaccines, we have that division in my very household. My wife, she is not for the vaccine. Her sister is a nurse, and her sister says all these things to her, which is strange because she's a nurse. I digress. But you know, me and my mother, we're all about them. You know, and I'm wanting to give them to my kids, and my wife and I, we go back and forth about that all the time. You know, I got 4 kids between 14
and
and
it's
19.
not a reason to divorce her, right?
Maybe. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, you know, that divisiveness that keeps coming up. That's the part that is wrong with today's culture and as a whole. You know, not just in America,
it's everywhere.
not just in Europe. It's everywhere.
It's mostly just amplified. All these problems are at least how we experience it from here, are just amplified in America. We have the same problems, but people in Europe don't have the same sense of patriotism, like the land of the free. You cannot interfere with my rights. That sense is not as strong here, because America has this whole lore to it. The land of the free, you can get everything you want when you go there. There's a different sense idea behind, but the problems are the same. When I just think back a few years ago, it was fine when you had friends that had different opinions about certain things. Today, some people would never talk to a person just because this YouTuber had a sponsorship with a brand where one of the employees was racist. Who cares? There's nothing to do that they then promote those views. Yeah. But today people, that's what I meant with this false sense of accountability. You force people to apologize for things that they shouldn't, but they don't even have the opportunity to say, no, I don't think I should be sorry for someone giving me money 2 years ago, and now that one employee was bad, what does that have to do with me? But then you have, as a YouTuber, thousands of people pressuring you to apologize. And in the end, you apologize. And then they say, but you only apologize because we told you so. You can only lose. That's why I try in my channel, when I make those commentary videos, to explain why I have these certain views that might differ from other people, as much that people maybe understand that it's okay. I'm not just an asshole. I just have a different reasoning behind it. And yeah, because it's just everyone is a Nazi or some kind of horrible person just because someone follows someone else on Twitter. That's actually part of some drama channels. Oh, we have seen this person follows this horrible person on Twitter. And they always say, yeah, because I have a commentary channel and I want to get updated when this idiot posts some shit. Or someone unfollows someone else and there's a huge wave of videos. Oh my God, what did happen behind the scenes? They blow everything up. And I know commentary is kind of a little bit on that side, but sometimes people really just sensationalize the smallest things. And I think that is part of why people think that their opinion is so much more valid than someone else's opinion, because they think it's a fact. I think it's because everyone has the opportunity to share their opinion. We on YouTube would get the response. People say, yeah, you're right. Don't back down. You're so right. And when someone else says, no, I don't think you're right, you say, yeah, but there were thousands of people saying I was. And you get the sense of, but my opinion is more valid because I have many people that agree with it.
Right.
I think that kind of ties into that. At least that's my theory on it.
I'm at 10 to midnight, and I think I'm going to be killed in the morning if I keep going because the kids are up for school early. So I'm going to drop. But Frank's been great to speak to you. Honestly, top guy. Drop us a message. We'll get you on Agree to Disagree next week. It'll be if you want to, obviously. It'll be amazing to
absolutely.
chat to you. We could even have a chat about, I don't know, the greatest UFC fighters of all time. We could set anything up. Just drop us a message and we'll get on with it. Jesse, thank you so much for coming on. Happy birthday. And thank you for your help. People in chat don't know how much you've helped me over the past 6 months. So she's been an amazing help. She's given me loads of her time. She's an absolute legend. So thank you for all of that. And happy birthday. And I believe
Thank you so much.
What is it? 58? 57?
53.
53. She's 53. You don't look a day older than 49.
Because you said 50, I thought you meant what time it is. Because it's now 53. Because I was looking.
I was talking about your age.
I am 28.
So you don't look a day over 49.
Thank
You don't look a
so
day over
much.
that.
Yeah, that's amazing. After all the shit I've been through, that's actually a compliment. No, I'm joking.
No. Honestly,
Thank you so
have a
much
great
for
day.
coming.
Hey,
Yeah.
you too, Catz, man. Yourself, top guy. I've always want to thank you. You were my first guest I ever had on my channel, and you have always been very kind to me. So thank you, and I will definitely take you up on your invite.
Oh,
Have a good
yeah.
one. And take care.
Drop us a tweet. I'm back in the land of living now. As from like 15 minutes before tonight's stream, my books were written, and I actually have some time to do stuff that isn't sitting here writing books. So finally, it's been a long time. So
Yeah.
Jesse, happy birthday. Frank, great to speak to you.
Thank you.
I'll catch you all
Take
soon.
care, man.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Funny enough, Catz was actually the first guy where I saw videos about flat Earth.
Mine too.
And I was like, no, And then I went down this huge rabbit hole and found then Simon Dan and Team Skeptic and all of these debunkers afterwards. And yeah, that's why I was so excited when on a video of, I think it's more than half a year ago, he commented and said it's a great video. He said just like excellent and posted my video on Twitter.
That's awesome.
And I was so excited. My boyfriend's grandpa was over here and I was like, oh my God. And he was like, what's wrong? And I had to kind of explain to him, what is YouTube? Who is Conspiracy Catz? And why am I so happy about it? Because he has no idea about it. And yeah, Catz also, he helped me so much in this here. He's a
solid
great guy.
man. Solid guy. It's kind of same story for me. I discovered him first, and this was when toward the end of my last company I worked for, of it shutting down. So for like, I don't know, like 6 months, I pretty much sat around and just did nothing. I went to work. I sat in my shop, in my maintenance shop, and did nothing, and but watch YouTube videos. And I found him, and then Dan, and then like you said, and then I just emailed him. I just took a shot one day and said, you know what? I'm going to take a shot. And I said, hey, man, you inspired me. I'm going to start a channel. How do you feel about coming on and having a talk with me? And he's like, absolutely.
I would have never had the courage. Since I started YouTube, I stopped commenting on any creator that was bigger than me because I always feared leaving the impression that I just comment so they would notice me so they could help me gain subscribers. I am so scared of leaving that impression that I don't leave any comments anymore because that's just my brain. And now that Adam also invited Simon Dan, and I was like, okay, maybe I can, but how do I do this and don't sound like an idiot? Because I'm so scared of it. I wish I would have done this because it would have probably went way faster. But the first few months, I barely gained subscribers because I was way too scared just mentioning that I have a YouTube channel, that people wouldn't think I will just use everything to gain subscribers. I was so scared about it in the beginning.
Yeah, that show that Adam did with Simon Dan was awesome. There was a couple times where he cut out and Dan was just kind of by himself, and he answered like 4 or 5 of my questions, and I'm like, woohoo! You know, like, that was a win for me. That was a good day.
Yeah, it's really cool. I would have never thought that all of the community, all of the bigger creators are so genuinely nice and open to help with anything and everything.
Yeah,
when
especially, you know, I got 70 subscribers, you know, and I was just on here with Mr. Sensible, yourself, Mr. 42, LimeyPlay, Conspiracy Catz. Like, come on, man. Like, this doesn't get any better.
Yeah, I was in the beginning, I was a little bit starstruck when Catz then asked me, hey, you're German, right? Can you maybe help me because I'm learning German? I was like, yeah, of course. And I was sitting on the couch. It was the middle of the night. My boyfriend was sleeping. I was like, babe. And I shook him, and he was like, what is happening? You don't believe who asked me for help. Because I was watching his videos for 2 or 3 years almost daily, and I was really a little bit fangirling over him. And when he asked me for help, I was so nervous before the first German learner meeting. And then I went into the chat and he spoke German to me. The first half an hour, my brain couldn't connect that I'm talking to Conspiracy Catz and he talks in my first language to me. I couldn't connect those two things. It was so weird. But now we're just almost every week talking. It's really fun.
Liam Wakefield says, "Hey, don't forget about all this important people in the comments. Never, ever, ever.
Never.
I am not very good at paying attention to the comments, but I never forget them. Liam was one of my first, if not my first subscriber. Him,
Liam is always so active. It's really, it's still so wild to me that there are people voluntarily listening to what I say, because I basically started my channel because my boyfriend was almost every day so annoyed when he came home and I said, do you know how dumb people are? And he just doesn't care for it, basically. And I had to get it off of my chest, and somehow then I said, okay, maybe I leave him alone after a long day of work and start shitting it on other people. So you guys rock, making
man.
it
all of you.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think if I wouldn't appreciate it, I would have scheduled a live stream on my actual birthday? Because you guys are the people that made the last year for me so much more positive than the years before, because I'm not able to work. I have pain. I don't have any hobbies because of the ones I had I can't do because of my hand. And thanks to all of you, I not only have a hobby, I have a potential future job. I learned so much about other people, about science. I got to know so many people that I've never imagined. I have now 2,000 people kind of regularly watching my stuff. I would shit my pants when I would be in a room with 2,000 people and I should tell them something. Never.
You could fill a movie theater with that. Yeah. You know, that's like that's crazy to think of.
Mm-hmm. And
that's awesome. Congratulations. That's great.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the greatest compliments for me are still when scientists or physicists get to me and ask me, what did you study? And I'm like, oh, thank you that you think I studied something. And they're really sometimes surprised when I say I didn't study anything. I'm just passionate about learning stuff. And these are the greatest compliments you can get when an actual scientist thinks I'm one of them, or I at least could have been a teacher or something like that. That's the greatest compliment for me. I call myself in that context always a uneducated purple blob. And when then a physicist asked me what I did study, it's just the best feeling ever, that people, without me forcing them, watch what I do online. So without all of you, that wouldn't all be possible. And hey, Steaming Cup of Reason. Oh, like a choir. But now that we're a little bit fewer people, now it's easier to keep up with the chat.
Yeah.
I haven't figured it out when we have people there and we're talking, but I get super chats and I don't know how to integrate it with the stream itself. So people, please keep up with me. I'm trying to get better, but the hosting this with guests and the conversations there, but then you have also the side chat. It's not very easy sometimes to handle for me.
Not at
I'm
all.
so sorry.
Not at all. I have a 3-screen setup, so like
Mm.
my camera is right above my center one here, and this is where I put on the stream, and then I pop out the chat and put it on the screen over here. So I'm just kind of always back and forth, but it's not easy to keep up with it, especially
Yeah, absolutely. When you have guests and the
Yeah.
chat, it's sometimes overwhelming, I have to admit. But I know I feel it even myself. I get better every time. But it is a process, because I also thought when I started that, oh, that's the coolest thing you can do. You just talk to a camera and upload a video. But there's so
Right.
much work going into it, but the work is actually fun. For me, it's fun for me to research for the videos and then
Mm.
record
That's
the
been my
video and edit it. It's fun.
that's been my biggest problem of why I haven't put out any created content lately, is because I can't find anything that hasn't already been beat to death. I don't want to do the same stuff that everybody else is doing, and
But you
sometimes
cannot
blows
avoid it.
it just
And
blows my mind how people find the things that they find. Because I'll go searching, and I can't. I don't know how you guys do it, man. Like seriously, it's
Simon
well
Dan's
done.
Flat Earth fail compilations, for example, these are always just Google the names, or go to a live stream with Nathan Oakley and check all the idiots in the comment section. When you have TubeBuddy, you can see if all the people, how many subscribers they have. At a certain level, they produce videos themselves. And then the algorithm notices it, and then they suggest more of those people to you. You have to just train the algorithm in the beginning. And mostly as a viewer, you rarely watch a video only for the idiot that is covered. You want to have the creator's viewpoint on that situation, or how they explain the science behind it. I don't have a problem watching a video or the same video debunked by different creators, because you watch it also because of the person and on their input to this situation.
Right.
So I think it's the same for you sometimes with a commentary or debunking video. When Simon Dan debunks a video and then FTFV does, they make their debunks so different that you will get different input when you watch them debunking the same video, because they have so different styles and what they use to debunk it. And mostly it's because of the creator and not necessarily about the video they're debunking.
Right. That makes sense. Huh. Well, hell, my camera is going to die again. I hate to cut this off. I have so much fun hanging out with you and talking with you.
Yeah, we can do that again, of course.
Yeah, for sure.
It was
Anytime.
really a lot of fun.
Happy birthday.
Thank you so
Most
much.
importantly, happy birthday.
It was a very happy
I've been
birthday.
blasting out this for you on everybody's stuff for the last few days, telling everybody go watch. Make sure you go watch.
Oh, thank you. I didn't
No
do
worries.
anything. I didn't even post it. Oh, yeah, I think I posted a few days ago on my Discord server, but I didn't post it anywhere else. Sometimes I just forget. I'm just that kind of
I
YouTuber.
gotta learn how to use Discord. If it wasn't for Mr. 42, I wouldn't have any reaction to my Discord at all. Honestly, he's the only one who puts
He's
things in.
great.
He's awesome.
Here, Professor Phil Bell said, I think, tell your guest to visit Flurf sites and write down all the stupid things he hears.
Okay. All right. That's good advice. Will do.
Yeah, because I was in the beginning too. I don't have the subscriber base that someone sends me, hey, look at this, or hey, maybe you could debunk this. I was also, how do they know about these people? But I just watched the biggest creators like Simon Dan, and with his Flat Earth fail compilations or stuff like that, you have in one video many different names that you can check. That's how I did it in the beginning.
Right on. All right. Well, I don't want my camera just to cut out and end it like that. So I'm gonna
No worries.
say good night, goodbye
Good
for
night.
now.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, no problem. Anytime. Anytime you want me to come on, I'll be happy to come and have a chat with you. And let's hook up with
Awesome.
Catz and let's have that conversation on
Absolutely.
Agree to Disagree.
It sounds exciting. I'll be
Yeah,
there.
sure.
And send me the link, yeah?
Yeah, for
For the show.
TV show. Yes, I will.
Yeah.
I'm gonna write that down right now so I don't forget. All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
No, thanks for having me. And happy
Bye.
birthday, Liam Wakefield.
Thank you.
See you. Bye, everybody in the chat.
So Gary, thank you so much for the compliment. I feel comfortable with and without makeup, I have to say. I sometimes want to do those crazy makeup looks. I know many men cannot understand it, but there's a certain amount of makeup that's socially accepted when you go out and do things. And online you see always those crazy looks, and I would never wear that to go and buy things or to go anywhere. And that's how I use my videos for. That I can do those crazy makeup looks sometimes that I wouldn't dare to wear outside of my home. So, but thank you. It helps to feel comfortable when I just do my makeup normally or wear any. So thanks. I think you were really good this stream. I appreciate it. And I hope you know that when you pop up every now and then in my streams, you can also at some point come on the panel if you want to. But don't be too big of an idiot, okay? No insults and stuff. And as far as I could tell in this here, you were fairly respectful. So thank you. I appreciate it. Professor Phil Bell, would you like to chat live with me one day? Of course. As I said, I'm totally scared of commenting on other people's channels because I don't want to seem like I am some kind of attention seeker. And I wouldn't dare at the moment invite random people on here because I don't want to seem like I just do that for views or anything. I would love to. Of course. Because you are a real person as far as I know. I hope you know the inside joke from PhD Tony. Hey Frank, thanks everyone. Had an absolute blast. Thanks to Jesse Tintu for having me on, and thank you all for interacting. Yeah, the chat was great, even though I kind of was neglecting you a little bit. I hope you understand that when so many people are there, it's kind of hard. But also for the people that are there, remember I will change my channel name. If you want to help me a little bit, just play some of my videos in the background so the algorithm knows that even after the change, people still want to watch my videos, just for the beginning a little bit. But I think in the long run it would be better with the 10.2 written out. And yeah, Professor Philbert, absolutely send me an email or a DM. I'm sometimes a mess with responding instantly. It could take time with me. I'm just a mess with social contacts in general. I do that in my private life too. I sometimes don't talk to friends for months because I'm weird. So if I do that to any one of you, please, I don't do that out of spite or anything. Sometimes I just don't want to interact with people. Sometimes it's just like that. Thank you, Gary. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yeah, here my birthday is over since an hour and 13 minutes. But since some of you are somewhere, I probably still have birthday, so it's fine. Thank you. But yeah, Liam, totally 10-2. I'm so excited for this channel. I try to Brian, come back. I want to make this channel a little bit of a more happy place. It won't have to do with commentary or debunking. I will do, as I said, just random videos I want to make. Maybe some makeup related, maybe some, as I said, I built my own costume, and Professor Phil Bell, I would in the end greatly appreciate your opinion on it, because for this Halloween, I'm going to be the LHC. Yes, the Large Hadron Collider. I am working on a costume for it because I always want to be it, and now I'm in a position where I can justify to other people making it, because I can say it's just for my YouTube channel, and then wear it outside and say, look how smart I am, because no one will understand it. I have a hair dress made so that people in the end will kind of get what I am. So I have the logo on there then. And then I can feel smart and explain to other people what all of that costume is. And I hope you guys will like it. I'm just that kind of person to make herself a costume to be the LHC. Yeah, Heat Shield, the LHC. And yeah, I know it's weird. I seen once a picture on Pinterest. And since then, I always had ideas for, oh, I could make this and I could make this. I bought some foil where you can iron on a t-shirt, where I replicate the trace pattern of the Higgs boson. And I really thought about it, and I really try to put as much effort into all of that, because I'm just excited, and I'm now an actual adult, and I can do that. I don't have to ask my parents to research what the LHC is, so they can do that for me. Can't wait. Oh, that's awesome, Professor Phil Bell. I hope so. I hope I'm not the only one that gets excited by that shit. Of course, I had to vote for my choice, but you choose the right one. Yes, Liam. There were so many great ideas. I would have probably picked in the end Ladyton too, but the whole maybe it didn't, maybe it would attract some BDSM people. That's not what this channel should be. So it was great. It's always nice to see all of you take part in it when I ask you to make a decision or to ask for help or advice. It's just great to know that you're, yeah, there, just talking. It's awesome. Gary, no, I don't know if you're talking, Gary and Martin, about the makeup thing. The way Gary said it wasn't offensive. The comment I a few weeks back, just to clear things up, Gary, I was offended by was a person who said also, you don't need makeup and you're pretty like this. And they said that I only wear makeup to hide who I really am, and that I should stop that because I wouldn't be a great role model or something like that. When someone says, hey, I kind of like you even better without makeup, that's not offensive. But telling me I shouldn't do it and I'm bad because I do it, and invalidate that I just have fun with it, that's where I get offended. So just wanted to clear things up. No one is offended, should be offended, but thank you for still defending me. And I have to say, I didn't think I would have that nice little conversation with Gary, because I've seen you on other people's channels and I appreciate that you're here not like this, that you're here more normal just. So Professor Phil Bell, I enjoy listening to your ramblings. Thank you. You guys know how it is when you have a little bit of alcohol in, then you'll just go. So what are you going to do tomorrow? I will buy some groceries, because on Saturday my family's coming over to celebrate a little bit of my birthday. And that's where my little sister will stay here until Sunday afternoon, and she will talk to me and my boyfriend. And just not much, depending on when I go into when I go to sleep. Maybe I will record a video, but if I'm not fit tomorrow, I hope it's okay for you that this Sunday maybe there won't be a video out, but next week back as usual. Okay? But I promise I will work on my costume, so that video will come out. I'm really excited. You would probably cringe when you would know how excited I am for that fucking costume. Hey peeps, I know why you're doing this, but I would like to appreciate when flat earthers or just conspiracy theorists come to my channel and be that nice that we return the favor. Okay? So Gary, I hope you know when you're an asshole. I think it's fine people are an asshole back, but that's just in general. That has nothing to do really with you. That's my philosophy everywhere. But don't discuss now that's about the makeup thing, because I'm not offended. I don't think he meant it that way, kind of offensive, condescending. If so, oh well, but that's not how I read it. So please, he was pretty good the last few hours here, so let's appreciate it. I think the ramblings we had on the stream did show a little bit that, hey, we're all people. We don't see eye to eye, especially Gary. I think the shape of the earth shouldn't be part of a discussion, but it apparently is, and we can't have discussions without getting or hitting too far below the belt, okay? Tomorrow is for recovery. Yes, Frank. That's my idea. Oh my god, I hate it here to go back in the... Okay, Martin, yes. I really, when someone is totally offensive regarding me and you guys want to defend me, that's I appreciate it. That's the craziest thing in my mind. But I don't think Gary meant any harm with that comment, and I don't know. As I said, I'm surprised the way he spoke in the comments. I didn't see too much, but I also will, Gary, tell Mr. 42 that he shouldn't block your messages when they're not really offensive, because I saw one or two, but I didn't want to interrupt all of the conversation. But I want to keep it as open as possible, as long as it doesn't get hostile or anything, okay? That's my goal here. I didn't tell her she shouldn't wear makeup. I said she looks pretty without, and it doesn't need it. It was a compliment. Yes, it was a compliment. Absolutely, because everyone is entitled to their opinion. I personally do sometimes, when I feel insecure, think I look better with makeup, and sometimes I think I look better without. Opinions are opinions. My boyfriend also thinks I look better without makeup, and I don't get offended when he says that. So it's a nice compliment. Don't, please, everyone, don't make it bigger than it is. There were some other comments from other people I had in my comment section. I had a guy a few days ago call me a bimbo. He made a comment, said, "Who's this bimbo in my recommended section?" And I just responded with, "What the fuck?" Because the word bimbo in German is racist. That's a derogatory term, what you call black slaves, basically. When a bimbo is one that does everything for you, like a butler or anything, but worse. And that's where my mind went in the beginning, because I didn't think about the English meaning of the word bimbo. And he said, yeah, that's exactly what I meant, because I'm the dumb woman, didn't know what he means. And I just said, no, I was just or I said, no, just Google the German meaning behind bimbo. And he immediately deleted all his comments, blocked me, everything. I'm sorry. I didn't say anything weird. But I'm surprised how little hate I get at the moment. It probably could change. Fine. But I thought, as a woman debunking conspiracies and telling other men that I think they're dumb, I think that would trigger a bigger response, or I was at least prepared for that. And I'm really surprised. The worst comments I got was like, "Go back into the kitchen," or that you can hear that English isn't my first language, because it isn't. So I'm pretty fine with everything how it is. So everything good. Well, I need to get ready for class. Enjoy the rest of the day. Later, everyone. Bye, Steaming Cup of Reason. Thank you so much for popping in. I rather like the creative way she does her makeup. The stars and the eyes thing she did was awesome. Yeah, I was really proud. Even my boyfriend, when he's at work and I do my makeup, I'll always send him a picture or anything before I start my video. That's just the thing we did. And he showed it to his colleagues and they all thought I used some kind of stencil for it. And I said, no, I just used a brush. And it was so great that people were so positive about it, because again, that's how I use my my videos. When I don't want to wear makeup, I don't. You have seen me with barely any makeup now. Also, I just wear on my eyes makeup basically, and I get very oily because sometimes I just don't wanna, and I think that's fine. And I think all of you are appreciating this. And yes, Gary, you were complimenting me, and I really appreciate it. I think it's nice to see that apparently I'm not that kind of person that conspiracy theorists immediately need to go in the comment section and be nasty. I think it's good. It's a positive for me. So, quite let me just. Yes, PGCnet. Conspiracy isn't a conspiracy anymore when it comes true. That's true. In some of my past videos, I mentioned this, that maybe there are certain conspiracy theories that come true at some point. That's fine. The point we as debunkers are trying to make is when there's no actual evidence, when there's no only circumstantial evidence, or there's a letter that looks like this other letter and therefore that's a conspiracy, that's not evidence. Then when you claim that is fact, that is proof, then we say no. It might be true, but not because of this. And that's what I meant prior, that there's a difference in constructive critical thinking and destructive critical thinking. You can question things, but to question things solely because of an establishment or of an idea, or I don't trust them, therefore everything they say must be wrong. In my videos, when I made my video about Anti-Globe, I think he's a conspiracy theorist, and I think he mostly is wrong. But when he says something that isn't wrong, then I give him credit for it, because then he's not wrong. I try at least actively to avoid my biases. I go into a video kind of aware where my bias lies. When I made my Gabby Hanna video, I don't like Gabby Hanna, but I know that. And when I think, okay, that thing she did, think it's dumb, do I think it's dumb even when a person who I like would do it? So I really try as much as I can to be as neutral as possible. And I think that's a trait that not only conspiracy theorists, everyone, look at the media, everyone could implement better, is what I'm trying to say. That's fine. There's good and bad information. There's a lot of outright scammers too that know they're lying. Yeah, absolutely. And calling them out should be a good thing. And I also said things in past videos that in the end turned out not to be very true. And I said it in comments, I said it in a live stream, and said, hey, I actually got that a little bit wrong, or I didn't express it very well, because it's fine to be wrong with something. And again, these are traits that, yes, we as debunkers, we see it predominantly in conspiracy theorists, because we make also content out of you as you make out of us, probably. And but it's a thing that's important for everyone. That's why I like science, you know. Science, although you might think different, doesn't lie. It can be wrong at some point, but the knowledge we have only gets replaced by the knowledge that fits it better. And that not just because, oh, it's something new, let's just use this. And that's the great thing about science. Take care, man. Okay, Liam. Then give the kitties feeding, please. They need it. They need to grow. Right? Oh, Mousy. Oh. I hope you could hear that. I don't know if, because she wasn't very loud, but it was so cute. Some genuine mysteries are lumped together with conspiracy theories, which is a shame because they get dismissed for investigation. Yeah, absolutely. It waters down everything. I was talking to a girl. I knew her from a few years ago. She said she believes in the whole... oh, great, you guys heard it. That was cute, right? My baby. And she believed in all of the adrenochrome and people drink kids' blood and all of that. And I asked her why. What is the evidence that you saw and said, yeah, that's credible? And her reasoning, and she later on, she said she still believes in it, but she knows now why we don't. Because her reason to believe that, I'm sorry, was, yeah, but the Catholic Church had all these pedophilia scandals, therefore it could be true that they drink kids' blood. And I said, that's not evidence. That's nothing. That's not even a correlation. That's just two things. That's it. And that's why we as debunkers, or as the majority of people, oppose your views, because those ideas, or the proof that I wouldn't consider it, that you see make maybe sense for you. But the good thing, again, about facts and science is that they should be credible to almost everyone. And I always say, when you have a fact and you need to build around that a whole different story to change the meaning of that fact, then you make a conspiracy theory, because every conspiracy theory has some kind of vague basis based on something, but there's a whole big story, and everyone goes back and said, yeah, but that thing is credible, therefore all of that should be too. And that is the problem. You know what I mean? I hope you know. Yes, she's cute, right? Yeah, she's really pretty. I have always, since I uploaded my first video with them, I always get comments on TikTok, Instagram, people asking what breed they are. And we don't know. Her mom, or their mom, apparently was black and white. That is nowhere to be found. And the funny thing is, even the vets say, oh, she must be a special breed, but everyone says a different breed. So at some point, when mommy is rich, I will buy those DNA testing kits to see what kind of breed she is, because everyone is so excited about them and think they're so pretty, but everyone says a different breed, and I think that's kind of fun. As long as you can do scientific functions. I was hoping you would recognize the application of Planck's constant, which you'll probably be using later in the yeah. I have just this weird obsession with science. I know it's just this romanticized view of science, but I know that, but I have this fascination behind it that by chance this universe and this solar system happened, basically, which makes it, just for the conspiracy theorist, it makes it more special to me than a creator doing it. And then this weird species of humans evolved that understands the world around them so well due to these experiments and all of the data we have, that we can make predictions from the biggest black holes on the almost other end of the universe, which it seems like, to the tiniest quantum and the Higgs boson, that we can make predictions and understand the world so well is so wild to me. That's why I genuinely cannot understand how there are people not caring for science. How could you? It seems so sacrilegious to me. And I know it's kind of childish the way I look at science, but that's why I kept going learning. That's why I do the YouTube channel, because I never had the opportunity to study. And yeah, that's how I landed here. Thanks to coming again to my TED Talk. Sorry. Professor Phil Belges, you can join the class once a week if you like. Of course, I would never leave out a chance to learn something from actual experts in the field. Absolutely. Because I just started. I have an ebook about theoretical physics, so to just get into it, because I think I have some kind of basic level understanding about the mechanics, why things fall and how things here, because sometimes, I know that sounds weird, I wake up in the middle of the night because I have an idea. One time it was about the Hawking radiation on black holes, and I was like, okay, maybe it could be this, because people always say that there's this radiation coming out of it, but I said it's not coming out of it. So I had these ideas how that it could be, and then I write it down, and then I go to sleep, and in the next day I woke up and I saw that I was right. And that makes me so happy that the ideas that I have through the basic level understanding I have about science, which is really just basic, I'm not a scientist, but that I can have little theories in my brain that actually match scientists, which have made big experiments years and years ago. But I came to that conclusion myself, and that's why I just want to keep going. It's just so fun to know. Do you need a little bit more love today, huh? I have to go. This didn't want to leave. Still here watching on mobile while I make dinner. Oh, Frank, you're just so precious. Hello? That's my hand. That's my hand. I trained her now. She hunts now the spiders I'm afraid of. I just hold her, get her in, and she just picks it up with her paws and eats it. We're a good team, right? Jamie, we will start basics, physics level, and go further from there. Yeah, absolutely. I will tomorrow when I have slept, because, as I said, I'm a mess, and I will immediately forget about it before I go to bed. But I will know tomorrow. That's not a thing that I would forget. I promise. It's still September. Ouch! Oh, she's netting. She doesn't do that very often. Oh, baby. Oh. Just just look at me transforming to a cat lady directly from a physics nerd. My cat is also a bug hunter around here. Yeah, that's great, because I have an actual problem with spiders, and now I have someone to, like a hitman for spiders. My cat is also here. What further vet visits does Cassiopeia need? At the moment, she's fine. The last visit, sorry for the rare updates, but I had to figure out some financial issues because, as you know, I am not able to work. I'm still sick at home. The only income I have is money from the government and YouTube. But at a certain level, I have to give the money back to the government from YouTube, but not much, because I have expenses, business expenses that are basically part of my rent and stuff. So I can almost keep everything. And as soon as we move to the house, I almost don't need any money anymore from the government, which will be perfect. But I had to figure out, because with her last vet visit, where she poisoned herself because she sneaked out of the room, somehow she crawled under the door out and ate some of the plants that we, cautiously as we are, put out of the room here, but still. And that vet visit was 430 euros, blood work and 2 x-rays. That's it, $400. So in the last 3 months, I had to pay 2,000 euros for vet. And it was only possible thanks to all of you donating to the GoFundMe. I have to update it, but I was in a little bit of a private crisis with myself. And now she is healthy. They're both eating very well. At the moment, they seem fine, and it's only, I think, 200 something euros open. So next month, or this month technically, I think I will be debt free again. So we're getting there, but I needed a little bit time away to kind of deal with it a little bit. But it's great. Why, Frank, is she not allowed in the studio? Ooh. Mine are very much mommy children, right? That's why you see them regularly in the videos, because everywhere I go, they follow me, because since we have them, I am basically at home. They're very, very used to it. Thank you, Sarah. Good on you, girl. Proud of you. Thank you. Expose the truth. What did I miss? My lovely girl. Not on the keyboard, please. On the new channel, she almost started a live stream because I had the thank you. I had the YouTube studio open and she was walking on the mouse and the keyboard and somehow started a live stream, but thank God it wasn't private. But yeah, sometimes she wants mommy to work, apparently. Oh, can I find... Ouch. The grab, bite, and kick is a rapid killing reflex. Yeah, and they don't do it. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't leave any marks. They're pretty gentle, I have to say. There wasn't once a situation where they scratched us out of spite, out of being angry, or bit us out of being angry, or anything. It was all play. It was just in the first few weeks that we had to teach them that sometimes it's too much. But they weren't once angry at us. Not once. Cassie did bite once, but that was the night after her surgery, where she was in my arm and she had so much pain that she was just biting around. So I don't count that. They're really great cats. We're so lucky. She likes to knock things around and get away. She's way too big to let her walk around like yours do. Yeah, that's an argument, but I have to say, when we don't play with them for 2 or 3 days, then they start destroying things too, because they just have this energy that they can't lose through running around and stuff. And then they just do things that entertain them. Then they push stuff out of the table and whatever. And we play with them once or maybe twice a day for 15 minutes, and they're the greatest cats ever. Oh my God, Liam, what did you do? Thank you so much. Liam Wakefield for £50. Well, here's more to help recovery from Deb for looking after her health, and also a little for your birthday. Thank you so much. That is so much money. Thank you. Oh, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Really, I really appreciate it. I hope no, I won't. I stop excusing myself for everything. I wanted to explain way too much again, I think. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Jessie, she's trying to prove flat Earth by pushing things off the edge. Probably. Oh, we always make the joke that if one, Cassie will be the flat earther, because she's the dumb one. I love her. I love her to death. They're both my children. But Cassie is... She needs a lot of time. Xena did understand, I think, after 10 minutes, not even probably, how to sit down. And Cassie needed multiple days. Because I said, sit, Xena, bottom on the floor, no problem. I said it to Cassie, and then she looks at you and gets really cute, does this, and meows, and walks around, and then she gets angry and meows louder, because she does everything except sitting down. Now we're pretty close. When I say sit down, she just starts walking to another place and sits down there. She hasn't really understood that she can just sit down, but we're getting there. She's the dumb one. Jessie is a real cat. I am a real cat. I don't know if I'm following, but that could be my brain also. Ah, that's why it didn't make sense. Okay. Yeah, Cassie is a real cat. But she does things that I've never seen a cat do. Sometimes when she hears a noise behind her, she doesn't turn around. She goes like this and looks behind her. When she was at the vets, they had to laugh so hard. They were asking, what is she doing? I said, I don't know. That's sometimes how she turns around and look what's happening there. She's a weird cat, but I think that's why I love her. Oh, really? Curbotize. I think that's how you pronounce it. Really, she does that too. Oh, that's so cute. Because Xena doesn't do it. She has her weird tics too, of course, like every living thing has. No, Professor Philbell, I like to disagree politely. Dogs have owners and cats have staff. I think we think like that of cats because they're a little bit more human-like from their idea to live. A dog wants to always please you, and yes, you want me to sit, let me do this, and let's do this, and let's do this. And when a dog doesn't want to cuddle, you can cuddle him and he will forgive you even when he's not really interested. But a cat is more like a human. Like, no, don't touch me right now. That's enough. I don't want more. Cats have a little bit more boundaries, but I have to say, our two cats, they like being with us. Xena is actually very anxious when we leave. I have to train every day to go out and then come back, so she knows we will come back. But when we leave for a whole night, for example, she will pee on the bed because she gets really anxious. We had a camera up there. She runs around and goes to her sister and meows, and she's very, very, oh no. Why do we have spammers here? Don't care, spam. Bye, Bichacho. What did you guys do? Who is this? Probably. Yeah, it's spam, of course. I just wanted to make the joke that some kind of flat earth. I thought it was funny because I could see that. But it happens. It's actually a compliment that they think my channel is big enough so they would do their shit on my channel. I'm big enough to spam. Yeah, that's how I want to see it. Don't burst my bubble, please. Jesse, pet pigs are much more like humans than cats. They treat you as equals instead of looking up or down on you. Absolutely. And it's to a certain extent. Oh, hi, Mr. E-Man. It's also with dogs too. Contrary to belief, dogs know we're not dogs. They treat us as a member of their pack, but they know we are not alphas because they are not dogs. Even the theory like an alpha wolf and beta wolf isn't very accurate for wolves either. This study, all of this idea where the whole alpha male and the way people treated dogs for the last I don't know how many years till this day is because they took wolves of different packs from different packs. They took one wolf, mostly the alphas, and put in one cage. And of course they didn't know each other. They were aggressive, scared, and they had to fight it out, who is the boss and who is under there. But in a natural wolf pack, it's a family. They have kind of a hierarchy a little bit, but mostly they are a family. They look for their children. They don't fight that much about anything. At some point when the alpha gets too old, there's not much of a fight that the next one that is in the right age and size, they will just take over. That's all based on so much misinformation. Yeah, the alpha myth. I know my stepfather, he is really sure that my boyfriend and I should never, never have a dog, especially not an American Stafford, because he thinks you, as the owner, are not allowed to lay on the floor and put your head below the dog, because then he thinks he dominates you, which is so dumb. Dogs know we're not dogs, but there's no talking to him. He's one of the older people who said, "No, I did it all my life, therefore it's right." He is, I think, harder to discuss with than some flat earthers. I have to get ready for work, so have a lovely birthday as usual. This was very enjoyable. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. I really appreciate you being there and listening and responding. And it's just great. And have a nice work day. I won't stream for much longer now, too, I think. And yeah, thank you so much. And I will reach out to you tomorrow. So bye. Have a nice day at work. Be productive for me too, so I don't feel as bad when someone else is more productive than I am. Yes, family. Yeah, absolutely. They live in family. It's just so dumb. Also, when I have now your undivided attention again, I thought about making a video. And if you're interested, you can help. You don't have to. The video will happen eventually. It will maybe just take a little bit longer, because I don't want to do a debunk on Sleeping Warrior, because all of it, I don't want to give him the attention. But some of his comments are just so dumb that I want to talk about it. And I thought about making a bigger video where just debunk some of my favorite stupid comments from flat earthers. So not a dedicated Sleeping Warrior video, but just my favorite dumb comments. So if you are on Conspiracy Theorist channel and you see a comment that is so outlandish dumb, so astonishingly dumb, take a screenshot and send it to me. I think they would be cool. I maybe do something similar with German conspiracy theorists, and maybe I will find the courage to ask Simon Dan to make a video with me to collab. And I wanted to maybe make a quiz with dumb things conspiracy theorists said, and he, after we show him brain fog go away, a comment, and he has, for example, to guess if it was a German conspiracy theorist or an English American conspiracy theorist, something like this. I know that there was an idea. Mystery Man. Now I get it. I don't know if would this be a video you guys would want to watch? Does that sound interesting or not at all? Because I won't have the courage to ask Simon Dan if I don't have a idea that seems kind of okay, you know? Good, I have to do my makeup soon, lol. By the way, is that a yes or no for you doing my makeup if I go to Germany? It's an absolute yes. 100%. I would love to. Yeah. Oh, sweetie. Because I will just, I'm always excited. Catz and I want to visit each other fairly soon, because my city is twinned with the city right next to Catz, and there we can visit those places a little bit cheaper than usual and stuff. And Adam and I have a plan. Irish Demon and I have a plan. I plan on visiting some of you people when I'm somewhere near where some of you live. Hell yeah, we can go in a pub and drink some beers together. I'd love that. I also had the thing with one of my German subscribers. I have one subscriber who lives actually fairly close to me, and we thought about, me and my boyfriend, maybe just going out for a coffee or a beer and meet up with him. Not somewhere at home, because I know how people are, but I think it's could be cool. I just send you a couple pics of my giant tiger cat, Sassy, the name of its editor too. You send it on Instagram probably. Yeah, there it is. Oh, she's big. She's beautiful. Oh, look, there's a cat. Oh, no, I'm sorry for disturbing. Yeah, that's really cool. And it was by accident, because I searched for, because I knew my city here is twinned with some cities everywhere in Europe. And I just said, I don't know this city in England. And I said it, and he was like, that's the next town from here. He said that's where his mom lives, actually. And yeah, that's how we want to, when everything calms down a little bit, we want to visit each other, do some kind of collab thing about it, and of course also just a little bit of a vacation. I, contrary to belief somehow, never was actually in an English speaking country. The last time I was in a different country that wasn't Austria was actually when I was, I think, 10 or 11. That was in Spain. And besides that, I never was anywhere. People always think I have a family in Ireland, I've been told, or different countries, but I've never was in an English speaking country. So I'd love to do that soon, finally, now that I know some people there to visit. Coventry? What did I miss? Sounds familiar. Coventry. I have to stop streaming soon. I think someone went pooping. Oh, I don't know. Can you see that? See how cute this bed is when she's laying in there, and just half of the face and the ears pop out. It's so soft. I for once wrote a review and then said it's awesome, it's perfect bed. The only complaint I have is that they don't make this in human size. It's the softest thing I've ever felt in my life. It's so nice. In the 70s, people in the UK used to have real tigers for pets and other big cats, but then they made it illegal without a license. Some people released them rather than hand them over, hence sightings. Ah, yeah. I think it was almost all around the world that at some point there wasn't just the feeling for, maybe that isn't cool, having those exotic wild animals at home. But I'm glad it's better now, that the best for the animals is more important now than, or for most at least, they're still assholes. I also have to go back to the animal abusers, where I made the video where they tortured these poor animals for views. I have to check on them, on that special group, if they're still active, and maybe go back into there, just because it's important. I don't think I could sleep at night knowing that there are people like this and don't do anything about it. We're behind the scenes still talking to some organizations that they maybe could help us, but it's a slow process, actually. I thought it would be easier. She looks half the size of Cassie. Precious babies. I've been AFK here just for a few minutes, so I must have missed something. Did someone or something upset you tonight? Maybe 10 minutes ago. My stream is behind. No, actually, it was a misunderstanding. Everything is fine. Gary made a nice compliment, and people, rightfully so, I have to say, he didn't mean it in any kind of way, but because of prior situations where I called out a similar comment, but that was very condescending, Gary wasn't. They wanted to defend me, which is really amazing, but it was not necessary. It was actually a nice conversation, I have to say. I'm very pleasantly surprised by it. I meant it, it's Coventry your city is twined with. Really? Don't dox me though. I have no idea. I think don't put the city in its twinned with, please. Even if you Google it now, I don't want necessarily then records for conspiracy theorists. I mean, generally, they probably know if they want to in which region I am, but it doesn't has to be. Has to be. Yes, Jesse, English and stuff. Oh. So vielleicht. No, it's not. That's way in the east. The first person to tell Mike not to own a tiger. Yeah, the problem is people with money don't need to follow the rules to a certain extent, you know, and that's bad. I think it's also very risky. There's this whole wolf dog hybrid trend that people think, oh, cool, it's a husky bred with an actual wolf, and mostly then I think the third generation is technically legal, the others not, but that's easily faked. And people think, oh, I have a wolf for the couch at home, but this animal is partially a wild animal, and it's not as livable within human spaces, because you can have big luck that the traits, the mind, you could say, of the husky gets paired with the looks of the wolf. Then you have it, but mostly it's not. And many times those animals are very shy. They destroy all of your home because they're wild animals. They have such a different kind of energy, because dogs are not wolves, and breeding them together won't give you a wolf as a family dog. You will get a husky wolf hybrid that will in the end damage way more than you could imagine, because many of these people are then scared because they cannot just give them to a random shelter, because a random shelter is not prepared for a wolf, and they just set them free. And these are mostly the sightings people will report on when they say, even here in Germany, oh my god, wolves are back, and the wolf was so close in a city or something like that. These are most of the time those hybrids, because these hybrids are not as shy as actual wolves, because they are partially dog and they were partially brought up with humans, so they don't have a problem invading our space, which is technically theirs, that we took millions of years ago, but you know what I mean. It's so much more than just not good for the animal, which should be enough reason to not have wild animals at your home. But people don't talk about it or think about it. Oh, a German Shepherd. These are just amazing dogs. Then get him out for a wee. I think I will close the stream now. It's been 5 hours. That's the longest stream I have hosted ever. So thank you everyone for being here. It was such a lot of fun. It's still, even though I was just rambling the whole time, 22 people here. It's just amazing. Thank you for all the super chats and super stickers and all of the messages, even those that I couldn't keep up with at the end. I know that during the time where I didn't where it didn't really keep attention on the side chat, I know you guys entertained yourself for a while. I hope you're not offended by it, but you wouldn't probably be here. So thank you for everything. If you have any ideas for future videos, I would love to also make more content that you want to see, and just let me know. I really appreciate every advice or idea that comes also from your side. So thank you so much. I had a great birthday, end of my birthday with all of you. It was a great decision for me to say, no, the evening is for the subscribers. It was a blast. Good enough. Thank you for the stream, Jesse. I wanted to go to bed hours ago, but I just couldn't leave. Lol. Oh no, I didn't want to keep you awake, but also thank you. I didn't want to stream that long also, so yeah. We're a good couple of people. By chance, are there still 10 plus people who are not subscribed? Hurry and make a birthday present by subbing. Thank you so much. Funny enough, stroke, go back. According to my YouTube studio, I passed the 2000 a few weeks ago. But according to my YouTube feed or the channel site, I didn't. We have to wait for a bit, but apparently I surpassed the 2000. But still, if you're not subscribed, please do so. Subbing, happy 21st birthday. Thank you. With 7 years experience. Thank you, Jesse. Happy birthday. Thank you all so much. You really made the last few months or the last year such a blast for me. You could never imagine. And at some point, I maybe will talk about it, but just know that you guys helped me way more than you could imagine. So I really appreciate you, and I will see you in the next one. Bye-bye.